Volume 3, Chapter 3 of The Rebel Rose by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, If I Can Love You, I Will. To dine within the precincts of the House of Commons had become of late sessions the thing for ladies to do. The House of Commons is not gallant or hospitable in its dealings with ladies. It sets apart a dingy, stifling cage for them to huddle in while debates are going on. A woman must sometimes feel that her lot is for the time a little like that of Beaujolais or the unfortunate cardinal immured by Louis XI. The House of Commons provides women with a tiny antechamber wherein they can dine, as many of them as can find places there, off a bit of steak or chop fetched up from the restaurant on the lower floor. It does not permit them to enter the members' dining room or to have a cup of tea in the members' tea room. For a long time, the only common ground whereon members of Parliament and their wives and daughters and women friends might feed together was the terrace, and the only refreshment obtainable there was of the afternoon tea order. Of later years, however, a step in the way of reform was made. A small, subterranean dining room, which used to be occupied mainly by persons interested in parliamentary proceedings, but not themselves in Parliament, began to be turned to account by members who wished to entertain their womenfolk at a solid and substantial dinner. It was used very infrequently at first. Some knowing member found out its existence and slyly took his wife there, and told of it to some very particular friend in order that he, too, should give his women the benefit of an occasional feast. The news began to spread, the practice began to increase. It was a great advantage to ladies who liked to listen to a debate that they could have a dinner, a real dinner, on the premises, and then go back to their seats in the gallery. By degrees, the advantages of the subterranean dining room became widely known, and at last it grew to be the right sort of thing for members to make up little dinner parties for their women friends. One natural result of this was that the competition for tables in the rooms — there were only 2 rooms in all, one public, one private — became very keen, and one had to order a table as many days in advance as if it were a box at the Lyceum. Bellarmine had engaged the private room. His dinner party was to be made up of Lady Saxon, Mary Beaton, and Lady Struthers, Sir Victor Champion, General Falcon, Tressel, a young member of his own party, and himself. Lord Saxon was away. Not supposing that anything of real importance could come of Tressel's stock motion, he had, at his wife's instigation, taken the opportunity to run down to the country to look after some private business of his own. He had originally been included in the invitation, but his presence would not have been altogether agreeable to Lady Saxon under the conditions. She wondered within herself what he would say on the morrow when he read the leading articles. When the debate on Tressel's motion was over, Bellarmine went up to the ladies' gallery to collect his guests. Nothing more of any consequence was to come on that evening, but there were 2 or 3 other motions which were certain to be discussed for some hours, and before the inevitable count of the ordinary Tuesday evening had been reached. They were waiting in the corridor, where quite a little stream of women had emptied itself out of the gallery, and where they had already been joined by Colonel Towers and Miss Beaton's first pioneer in the House of Commons, the Scotch member, Mr. Leven. Lady Mavis Redhouse had been vehemently denouncing Champion and radical principles in general, and Lady Saxon was standing by with an indifferent smile, while Colonel Towers was remarking in his pompous manner, "The fact is, Lady Mavis, Champion ought to have lived 5 centuries sooner. That was the age for dialecticians. St. Thomas and Duns Scotus and the rest of them weren't in it with our Lucifer. It wouldn't have been St. Thomas, you may be sure. It would be St. Victor." Lady Mavis made a rush at Bellarmine, and so did Madame Spinola, and so did poor, hungry Jenny Rivers, all carmine and white, and smiles and grimaces. "You wicked young man, how could you?" cried Lady Mavis in indignant reproach. "What is the meaning of this? What would de Carmel have said? He who always spoke so nicely of you. It's enough to make him turn in his grave, Mr. Bellarmine. No, Don't come near me. Don't speak to me. You are a traitor. Remember, you young hero, that you are going to be the lion of my party tomorrow night. I shall never forgive you now if you don't turn up," said Madame Spinola effusively. "And, oh, Rolfe, I felt so proud of you," Mrs. Rivers exclaimed affectionately, stretching out her slim hand in its soiled Swedish kid tan glove and patting him on the arm. "It is something to be a pal of yours." The young man cut the congratulations and anathemas short, his eyes looking over and beyond them all. He was flushed, elated. He knew that he had spoken well and made a sensation. But he did not want the praises of a Madame Spinola or a Jenny Rivers. He wanted a sympathetic smile or glance from Mary Stuart Beaton. He saw that Mary was looking at Mrs. Rivers with a kind of gentle scorn in her eyes. She was wondering, perhaps, why this woman called him by his Christian name, and what sort of claim she had upon him. How should she, his white queen, understand the ways and manners of women of the Jenny Rivers class? He felt an impulse of unreasoning indignation against the poor little harmless flirt. "Miss Beaton," he began, and paused, waiting for her to say something to congratulate him, to tell him that she had liked his speech. But she said nothing. All his impetuous warmth was checked by something strange and cold in her. She only smiled upon him in distant friendliness, and looked very tall and stately. "Miss Beaton," he repeated, "I hope you were amused and interested." "Yes," she answered, "I think Mr. Tressel is very amusing, and I was very much interested, and Lady Saxon must be very pleased, Mr. Bellarmin, that you are on her side now." An expression of annoyance passed over his face. He made an impatient gesture. "But you," he said, "it is your side?" "I am on Sir Victor's side, if I have got any side," she answered calmly. "I admire Sir Victor, and you know I told you that I believe in him. There he is," and she threw a bright, welcoming glance towards Sir Victor himself, who was coming towards them from one of the committee rooms which opened into the corridor. Lady Mavis fled at the sight of her archenemy, and Madame Spinola and Mrs. Rivers, the latter with a plaintive goodbye to Bellarmin and an audible "Now I suppose we must see what they can bring us to eat up in this dreary place," moved to the ladies' anteroom. Lady Saxon detained Sir Victor. Her face, which in its brightest beauty was always of the earth and just a little hard, seemed now etherealized by the intense sympathy it expressed as she raised it to his. "The first blow is struck," she murmured, "and the victory will be yours." She made him turn with her, and they began to walk slowly down the corridor, talking earnestly the while. Bellarmin followed with Mary Beaton and Lady Struthers. "General Falcon was to meet us in the dining room, and I suppose we ought to be collecting our forces and going down there," he said with forced lightness. "Sir Victor, will you lead the way with Lady Saxon? You know we have to go into dark subterranean regions. I hope you are not afraid of dining in a dungeon, Lady Struthers?" The little room, with its oak dado and green walls, and the portrait of the late speaker hanging over the oak sideboard, its many crimson shaded candles, and the pair of politicians with Falcon discussing the debate, did not look much like a dungeon, however, when, after threading the long dim stone passages, Bellarmin and his party reached it at last. Bellarmin had taken great pains over his little banquet. He had himself superintended the arrangement of the table, and had given the order for the decorations, which, in subtle compliment to Mary Beaton, were all pure white roses displayed in form as exquisite as the art of florists could devise. The only fault about it, so Miss Beaton and Lady Saxon declared, was that it might have been a dinner anywhere, instead of an especially House of Commons dinner, and that even the alarum of the division bell tingling brassily did not occasion the least flurry or excitement, because all the pairing had been carefully settled beforehand. Lady Saxon sat on Bellarmin's right, and Mary Beaton on his left. Sir Victor Champion had been placed on the other side of Lady Saxon, and Miss Beaton had Mr. Tressel on her right. Lady Saxon was in good hope that Bellarmine would pay attention to Miss Beaton for the most part, and that she herself should have a good deal of champion. Much as it pleased her to play at love-making with Bellarmine, and her whispered congratulations to him this evening and thrilling pressure of his hand could have left him nothing to desire in the matter of earnestness and sincerity, still her feelings were so terribly concentrated on Champion, and she suffered so many agonies of jealousy and doubt when he and Mary Beaton were in each other's company, that on occasions such as this she found it almost impossible to practice her ordinary wiles, or to keep up her affectation of sovereign indifference. So, though the conversation, from the smallness of the party, had to be more or less general, she contrived to talk a good deal to Champion, bending close to him and speaking in a low, earnest tone that seemed to imply some confidential communication. Bellarmine was left a little out in the cold, for Mary's attention appeared engrossed by Tressel, who made her laugh at the amusing stories he drawled imperturbably forth of his experiences as an attaché in a grand ducal court. On the whole, the dinner was less satisfactory to the principal persons concerned than might have been expected, and no one was very sorry when a move was made to the terrace, and coffee was ordered and cigarettes were produced, and by the party broke up into twos, who passed and repassed as they slowly promenaded up and down. The night was very dark, warm, and moist, and a little muggy, not even starlit. There was only the yellow light from the library windows overhead, and the faint illumination of the feeble lamps at intervals along the terrace. The river looked black and mysterious, and very still close to the parapet. It scarcely rippled against the stone embankment. Further away, it was crossed by long perpendicular lines of alternate light and shadow, the reflections from the lamps on the opposite side, across which every now and then a ghostly black barge floated. A certain spectral loneliness in the scene, the broad river, the scattered and fantastic jets of light, the feeling of separation from city movement and from any traffic that could be heard, the subdued sound from the bridges on either side, the sense of taking part in a phase of existence in the center of, and yet completely isolated from, that of the teeming millions round, all this appealed to Mary, as indeed did many a curious contrast in the life of the House of Commons, from the dramatic and artistic aspect. It moved her. She enjoyed it even while it oppressed her with something of dreariness and bewilderment. She was sitting silent, sipping her coffee, with Falcon erect and watchful behind her chair, when Sir Victor deliberately left Lady Saxon, with whom he had been talking, and who had at that moment turned to Bellarmine and approached her. "Miss Beaton," he said, "if you have finished your coffee, won't you take a turn with me? I have an idea about our Southwark parish that I want to talk over with you." She got up readily, and threw off a little wrap which Falcon had begged her to put on. "No, my dear General, not while I am walking. I don't want it now." "Very well, madame," he said, bowing. "I will bring it to you if I see you sitting again." They strolled along the three narrow tracks which Lady Saxon had once pointed out to Sir Victor, and to which he now called Mary's attention. There were a great many people on the terrace, but they lounged mostly towards the middle of the walk, and the light was so dim that it was impossible, except just under a lamp, to make out who was who. Sir Victor and Mary kept to the western end, which was comparatively deserted. His manner seemed a little agitated, she thought, not so smoothly impressive and rhetorical as it usually was, even in ordinary conversation. Perhaps he was excited at the turn events had taken that evening, at the first note of the war clarion which had sounded. It struck her as strange that he should come calmly to discuss the question of cooperative supply for the Southwark poor, and should ignore the political development which must surely be engrossing his inmost thoughts. Her own being was in a vague tumult of expectation and anxiety. Was this caused by the debate that afternoon? What did she know or care in the abstract about English political questions? Her interest must be purely personal, and was it the thought of Sir Victor's triumph or defeat which set her nerves tingling and her bosom fluttering? After all, Probably the incident of today was nothing very important to Sir Victor. It was only to an outsider like herself that it seemed of consequence. To him it was but part of the game he had been playing for so many years, and to the turns of which he must have grown accustomed. And yet he did seem excited and unlike himself. She said nothing of what was in her mind, but listened to his suggestions and talked out the matter of cooperative purchase and discussed the creche, and then there fell a silence upon them both. Suddenly Mary exclaimed, "Sir Victor, did you expect that Mr. Bellarmine would throw over his party like that?" He seemed to pull himself as if from a dream. "Yes," he answered, "I expected it. A conversation I had with Mr. Bellarmine at Stonehenge Park, the only talk I have had with him on the subject, led me to believe that he would come with us. Some way, at least, in a measure of reform. I saw then that his convictions pointed in a radical direction." "Ah!" Mary breathed an unconscious sigh of relief. "I'm glad of that," she said simply. "I am glad that his convictions led him, and not—" She stopped. "You thought that perhaps some influence had been brought to bear upon him?" said Champion quickly. "Some influence apart from his own judgment?" "I thought that Lady Saxon might have persuaded him," she answered, still simply. Sir Victor did not reply for a moment. "The Tories have made a false move," he said then. "Bellarmine would probably have modified his own views to any measure of reform they might have thought fit to bring in, had they treated him fairly and shown themselves unprejudiced and ready to sink party rancor for the good of their country. Now, I hope that he will let his convictions have the rein, and that he will come with us. But I have not tried to influence him, Miss Beaton, and I shall not try to influence him now, or to turn his pique against his party, which is very natural, to the advantage of my party. I have too great a respect for independent judgment. I only wished at Stonehenge Park that he should judge me fairly and give me credit for having offered to cooperate with the Tories. I should like to feel that I had your sympathy, Miss Beaton." "Indeed," she said warmly, "I could not help sympathizing with you, Sir Victor, for I am sure that in all you want to do you have only the good of your country at heart." "We will not talk politics any more to-night," he said, after another short pause, and there was a note of melancholy in his voice. A man playing the game has his moments of depression and reaction, in which he feels that it is rather an ignoble game after all. "Oh no," she interrupted eagerly, "it could never be ignoble to a man like you." "Well," he said, still sadly, "there are moments, at any rate, in which he would rather keep a woman he cared for away from the ignoble part of it, the ungenerous strife, the party passion, which is apt to carry away even the most single-minded. I suppose not one of us public men is quite ready to admit that a particular woman influences him in his political life, but I think there is often such a woman, and I think he feels her influence strongest upon him when he wants her to look aside from the maneuvers of the game." Mary looked at him swiftly and doubtfully, but his face was in shadow. "But you," she began impulsively, "you have such a great career before you. Life must be so full of interest and reality for you. There must be so many things which a woman could never understand or really enter into. Never, I think, in our times at least. But a woman can share a man's career and a man's cause and his desire to make his country happy without coming down and entering into the strife. And she can share his ambition, if you will. She can be ambitious for him and with him. I don't mean mere ignoble personal ambition, but the ambition that makes men do great things, in all that a woman can share." "Yes, that must be delightful," Mary said in a dreamy way. "I have often thought of that, and I can't think of anything more splendid for a woman than to form part of the life and the career of some man whom she—" and then she stopped. She was going to say "whom she loves," but a certain shyness came over her. Was she thinking then of Victor Champion or of someone else? Sir Victor looked into her face. Her eyes were cast down. Just at that moment they were turning in their walk. Some man whom she loves, you were going to say. Yes, I can quite understand that. I am sure, Miss Beaton, that you would make part of the life and the career of any man you loved. If only he were a man worthy of you. I wish that I could be that man." She looked up surprised and a little troubled. "You, Sir Victor? What made you think of that?" She really had not got at his meaning. "What made me think of that? I have not for some time been thinking much of anything else. Let me come to it at once. I cannot lose this opportunity. Miss Beaton, I admire you. I sympathize with you. I love you. Come, will you be my wife?" "Sir Victor! Oh, please don't speak in that way. Don't speak of such a thing. You know how I admire you. How could I help admiring you? And you know how I sympathize with you. But I have never thought of anything else. Such an idea never came into my mind. I never for a moment supposed that you thought of me in that sort of way. No, I think I did keep my secret well to myself, but it had to be told, and I tell it. Come, I don't ask you to love me in any romantic or passionate way. Mary, I am not young enough to be loved by a girl in that way." She made an impatient but not an unkindly gesture. "No, no, it isn't that," she said. "I have had my day," he went on. "I do not ask a girl for what I must feel that a girl could not give me now. I don't ask that kind of love from you. But I love you. I have grown terribly young again in that feeling, I find, and I am sure I could do much to make your life happy, and I know that you could do everything to make mine. I am a lonely man, Mary, very lonely, in all my crowds and my movements. I don't know why it is that you alone seem to make me feel that I am not made for this loneliness, and that there is one companionship for which I would give up everything else that I prize most on earth. Think of it. I will give you that career which you said you would delight in, for you will come to love me in an affectionate and tender way. I know what your nature is, and I will do all that man can do to win you, and you will make life sweet to me, and some day, long hence, when life begins to be only a retrospect to you, you will be glad to remember all the good you did for me. Let me ask you again, Mary, will you?" He stopped in his walk and made her stop too. He had been speaking in subdued, earnest tone. No ordinary promenader on the terrace would have supposed that any romantic episode of this kind was taking place. But there were two persons on the terrace who watched every movement of Champion and Mary, two persons who at that moment would have given a world to hear the low-toned conversation which a jealous instinct told to both was something more than the ordinary after-dinner babble of a man of the world and a pretty girl. These two were Lady Saxon and General Falcon. When Sir Victor and Mary began their walk, Lady Saxon also rose and moved uneasily, glancing at Falcon as if to bid him be on guard. And just then the editor of a great daily paper to which Bellarmin was suspected of contributing came up to him and with an apology begged for a few words on a matter of importance. It was the question of a cue for the morrow's leader. Bellarmin and the editor moved apart, and Lady Saxon and General Falcon strolled on almost in silence. They understood each other, or at any rate Lady Saxon understood Falcon, and each was trying to catch what Sir Victor and Mary were saying. They kept on the house side nearly abreast of the two whom they were watching, and who, engrossed by their talk, and not keen to observe in that dim light, did not pay any attention to the other couples on the terrace. As Champion's last words, spoken with low, passionate sincerity, thrilled Lady Saxon's strained ears, she touched Falcon, and with a swift, silent movement withdrew into the shadow of that unlighted and seldom used gateway which opens onto the more westerly end of the terrace. As silently and swiftly Falcon did likewise. Sir Victor and Mary had halted by an abutting projection which screened them somewhat from the lively crowd down near the strangers' smoking room, and which, with the buttress of the archway, formed a sort of shadowy nook, more appropriate, perhaps, than any other part of the terrace for the scene of tender confidences. Though they could not readily see or be seen by the eavesdroppers, pressed close against the great iron gates swung in the recess of the archway, every word they uttered was distinctly audible. Mary sighed. She was touched by Champion's appeal, and she could not but feel a swelling of pride in her breast at the thought of such a man's admiration. But the feeling uppermost in her mind was one of mere surprise and confusion. She had no doubt about her own decision. What she was thinking of was how to get out of the embarrassment with the least pain to him. She took her usual course, that of frank outspokenness. "Dear Sir Victor, for you are very dear to me, I do so admire you. This can't be. Fancy how new and strange it all is to me. I never thought of you as a man to make any such offer to a girl like me. And don't you think I should have had thoughts of that kind if it were possible that I could accept your offer? I should have had heart beatings, shouldn't I, whenever you came near me? I should have been trembling at every word you said when we began to walk here together tonight. Is not that enough, that very fact? No, Sir Victor, you are worthy of a woman who loved you with her whole soul, and there must be many women who could love you in that way if only they had the happy chance of being near you, as I have been." "Still," he said in deep tones, tremulous with feeling, "when I tell you I do not expect that kind of love—" "Ah, but I do expect it," she said quickly. "I mean that I could not marry where I did not feel like that. Don't you understand me? Oh, yes, for you have loved and been loved before this." "Not by such a woman as you. I have never loved any woman as I love you. Mary, this is life or death to me." He was passionately in earnest. None of the three who heard him could doubt that. His voice trembled with excitement, although it was so low, that exquisitely melodious voice which had once wooed in how different a fashion the silent listening woman whose heart it pierced now as by the thrust of a dagger. Lady Saxon was brave. She made no sign, but for a moment it seemed to her that her death agony had come. It was as though all the blood had gone from her body, as though a cord had been snapped, and she were hurled on illimitable space. In such moments of crisis the very bonds of being are loosed. She could not breathe. All was dark. Seconds or hours might have passed. She did not know. At last she drew a long, shuddering sigh, a strange, uncanny sound. It might have been the wail of a tortured spirit, so far off and inhuman it seemed. And then again all her senses were strung to alertness as Mary answered him. "I cannot, Sir Victor," she said simply. "Is that," he asked, "your final answer? Is that my sentence of death?" "How can you speak so?" she asked in some alarm. "The sentence of death to my hopes?" "If I must give an answer, yes, Sir Victor." "Then don't give an answer now," he said, catching eagerly at a little straw of hope. "Take time. Think it over. Give me that much chance. Do me that much justice. I think I am worth that. At all events, Mary, ask counsel of your reason as well as your heart. Don't decide without thought. Oh no, I entreat of you." She was deeply moved. "I don't know," she said. "I don't believe it would make any difference. But still, if you wish, Sir Victor, I don't think I ought to refuse you this. It makes me feel ashamed to think that so great a man, so really great a man, should care about a girl in that way, and should have to bend to ask her even for the favor of a longer consideration. But as you wish it, I don't think I ought to refuse. I thank you from my whole heart." "But you understand what I mean? You quite understand it?" she said in dread of some misunderstanding or complication. "Yes, I understand a great deal too well. If you are to give me an answer now, if I press you for an instant answer, it must be a refusal. But you are willing to put off the final answer until tomorrow or the day after, only promising me that in the meantime You will really think it fairly out. You will not merely take the time and let the time pass. You will come to my question with an open mind, with a mind as open as you can," he added, and he smiled a melancholy smile. There was a chivalric tenderness in his manner which touched Mary to the heart. "Dear Sir Victor," she said in an outburst of sudden emotion, "how I wish I could give you the answer you would like to have, since you would really like to have it. You deserve to be loved, and I could love you if some things were different." "What things?" he interrupted. "Do you mean that you love some other man?" "No, no," she said hurriedly. "If I were different, but there's no use in talking about it. I sometimes fancy that I am an unnatural sort of girl, and that is little wonder, since I was not brought up like other girls." As she spoke, Falcon's heart beat wildly. For him, too, in his frenzy of upleaping hope, the world seemed to stand still. "You must not be thrown away on a woman who does not fondly love you," Mary went on. "Oh, I wish I could be the woman who did so love you. I do, Sir Victor. I will say what a bare moment ago, I did not think I could have said. I will look into my heart. I will come to the question with an open mind. Yes, with a wish to please you. Give me a few days, and then come and see me, and you shall have your answer. And if I can love you, I will." A faint metallic whirr startled Mary, and awoke Champion from his lover's dream. "Division bell, I think," said a member, hurrying by. "I don't suppose it is anything of importance." "Oh, you had better go," said Mary in an agitated manner, when the member had passed on. "Don't mind me. Indeed, I would rather be alone for a minute or two. And there is General Falcon somewhere on the terrace." End of Volume 3, Chapter 3. Volume 3, Chapter 4 of The Rebel Rose by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Passion in Tatters. She moved away with a quick, decided tread. Champion followed. The lattice pattern of the pavement lay all unbroken to the parapet of the terrace. The bell whirred again, and hurrying feet sounded lower down on the walk, and the ripple of women's laughter in the little scurry and flutter that followed the summons. There was, to the outsiders who had gone to dine and to flirt, something quaint and dramatic in being thus reminded that making love must give place to the sterner duty of making laws. The idea of being concerned, however remotely, in the destiny of her country is always exhilarating to the mind of a woman. Lady Saxon stood quite still as if she had been carved in stone. Not a sound broke from her. Falcon turned to her in a sort of instinctive way, not thinking of her, but only of himself, not realizing that what she had just heard had changed the world to her, but absorbed utterly in his own mad love, his reasonless hopes and terrors. He was trembling in a transport of feeling. There was a throb of almost delirious exultation in his hoarse whisper. "You hear?" he said. "She would love him if she could, if she were different, if she did not love another. That is what it means. Whom would it seem most unnatural that she should love? Mary, my queen, was Bothwell loved by his queen? Yes, yes. But must there not have seemed to the queen something strange and unnatural in that love? Her heart spoke unconsciously then, and she uttered my name. She said that Falcon was on the terrace. It was to me, to Falcon, that she turned in her perplexity. She's looking for me. Come." He touched Lady Saxon's arm. "Come," he repeated. "I must be near her. She's looking for me now." With a sudden gesture, Lady Saxon shook her arm free from his touch and drew herself up from her leaning posture. The movement, its suppressed fury, vehemence, excitement, startled Falcon and made him look up at her in alarm. It was so dim that he could not see her face distinctly. He could only see how rigid it was, and white, and that her eyes seemed burning. All the concentrated passion in her found vent in the one word which escaped her lips. Fool! She left Falcon abruptly and without another syllable, and walked to the end of the terrace and back to the other end with rapid, unwavering tread. In that short walk she fought out a battle within herself. When she turned again, the men were passing out of the building through the main archway. "A false alarm," someone said. "Division challenged but not taken." Bellarmin was advancing in search of Mary Beaton, but Lady Saxon swiftly intercepted him. "Will you take me to my carriage?" she said. "I am sorry to go away so early, especially as I have enjoyed your dinner party so much, but I have to dress for a party at the Danish legation." "Well," he said, "there doesn't seem a likelihood of anything very exciting, and it would hardly be worth while to go up to the ladies' gallery. Would you like a turn in the lobby, just to see what is going on?" "No," she answered, "not tonight," and added with seeming indifference, "Did Sir Victor come out again?" "I saw him take his place on the front opposition bench." Lady Saxon asked indifferently who was up, and as they paced for a few minutes talked in her ordinary manner about the situation, the Tory comments on his speech, the excitement among the Radicals, and her sympathetic interest in his own feelings and convictions. Bellarmin felt himself to be somewhat of a hero that evening, and was a little exalted, and not in the mood to observe anything strained or artificial in her voice. Afterwards he wondered a little that she had not talked more about Sir Victor Champion. Falcon was beside Mary. She stood alone against the parapet, just under one of the lamps, apart from Lady Struthers and Lady Mavis Redhouse, who in the slight confusion, after the cry of "Division," had come together again. "Mary," said Falcon, in a manner tragic and tender, "I have come to you." His ecstasy of hope, which had flamed up so wildly, flickered, died, and gave place to black despair as he saw the impatient, rather annoyed look she turned upon him. His tone jarred upon her overwrought nerves. There was a note in it at which she felt instinctively frightened and irritated. "Well, well, my dear General, I did not send for you. Lady Struthers is not 10 feet off, and surely one sheepdog at a time is enough to guard any lamb." She was not prepared for the wrath which blazed as he answered, "You insult me for my care and my devotion, my heart, my instinct. Something, I don't know what, told me that you needed me, and I came, and this is my reward. Ah, it was always so with those who were weak enough to love a Stuart." "Oh, pardon me, General," said Mary wearily. "I did not mean to be cross, but indeed your instinct told you wrongly just then, for I wanted to be by myself for a minute or two to think over something quietly. See, I am a little tired of heroics, dear General, and of the Stuarts, and of everything, even of you, my dear tyrant, just now. I think I should like best to go home as if I were a child and be put to bed. One may sleep, and one may dream, may not one, dear Falcon, even though one has the misfortune to be a Stuart?" "You shall go home at once, if you please, madame, and you shall sleep and dream, dream, dream," he repeated wildly. "You do not know what it is to live in a dream, to have one's heaven in a dream, and one's hell in the awakening." He was silent a moment, but Mary remained gazing down into the darkness of the river, and made him no reply. "I will take you home, madame," said Falcon harshly. "But before you go to rest, I have something important to say to you." Mary gave an indifferent assent. She was in no humour to indulge poor Falcon. She wondered why Bellarmin did not come to her. She had done him an injustice, she thought, and she wanted to atone somehow. She wanted to be kind and sweet again, but he did not come. He was with Lady Saxon. Always Lady Saxon, the girl said to herself bitterly. So when he came back longing for that saunter with her on the terrace which he had promised himself, it was only to hear her announce coldly that she too must go away, and thank him conventionally for his charming dinner and for the pleasant evening they had spent. Lady Struthers babbled a good deal during the drive, but no one paid her any heed. It was not quite 11 when they reached the house in Kensington. But Mary, looking pale and quiet, bade Lady Struthers not wait for her, and turning to Falcon said, "Now, General, if this important something won't keep till tomorrow, come, and let us get it said as soon as possible." "It had better be said tonight, Madame." "Very well. I see that you are bent, at any rate, on preventing me from having pleasant dreams. Come, let us go into my room." She led the way into the boudoir, where Falcon usually had his audience, and threw herself languidly into an armchair. She waited a minute or so, drawing off her gloves, and then removing her bonnet, which she laid upon her lap. Falcon remained gazing at her with mingled love and yearning in his eyes. All the time he kept saying to himself, "She does not understand her own heart. I must be patient. The time is not yet. I must not betray myself. I must be strong. I must act my part." At last Mary said, "Now, General, to the point. I am tired." "So Sir Victor Champion has asked you to marry him," Falcon said abruptly. Mary started. She had not in the least suspected that Falcon knew what had taken place that evening on the terrace, and she was not quite prepared to discuss the subject with him. "My good General, you need not have kept me from my rest for this. It would have held over till tomorrow, and if I had dreamed of Sir Victor tonight, that couldn't have done you any harm." "But he has asked you to marry him?" "Yes, if you insist on an answer, he has." "Well, I think I have a fair right to get an answer, Madame. I am still in care of you." "Oh yes, you have every right," Mary said rather wearily. "And of course I would have told you, even if you had not asked the question. But one does not generally cry out such stories. They are told in low-toned confidence, are they not?" "I am surprised," Falcon said, "that a man like that should think of asking you to marry him." "A man like that? How do you mean? He is a great man, is he not? The foremost man in England." "But he is bourgeois, of that odious class of the bourgeois. To think of his lifting his eyes to a daughter of the Stuarts! It is an outrage." "I have not thought it so. I have felt it to be the highest compliment." "Even if he came of kings," Falcon exclaimed, "he is not fit for you. He has had bad associations. He is in bad association now. Did he first come to you perhaps straight from Lady Saxon's company?" "Indeed, I don't know. Why should he not, if he had been with Lady Saxon?" And then the girl flushed suddenly, and became as suddenly pale again, for she had remembered in a darting flash who it was that had come to her first straight from Lady Saxon. Always Lady Saxon. "Madame," Falcon said with angry emphasis, "you know nothing about men of the world. I do. And I know something about Sir Victor Champion. I know something about Lady Saxon. She is not a good woman. At all events, she was not a good woman. That was before she got married to Lord Saxon. That was when Sir Victor Champion knew her. He knew her when she was not a good woman. They were friends. Very close friends. Too close. I want you to understand." She felt shocked and pained in a strange way, but she would not show it. Mary colored again, but less vividly than before. "I don't think I want to hear any more about this, my good Falcon. It does not concern me. I have nothing to do with Sir Victor Champion's former friendships." "Former friendships? How do we know whether it is only a thing of the past?" "Indeed, we do not know, and we do not in the least want to know. I don't, most certainly. Content yourself, my excellent Falcon. I have not the slightest notion of marrying Sir Victor Champion. I never had. I admire him greatly, but I don't care about him at all in that way. Still, it was right to put you on your guard, and I want you to understand that what I have told you or hinted to you is all true, positively and absolutely. I am not talking to you of mere scandal and gossip." "I do not doubt you in the least," Mary said deprecatingly, "and I am sure that you are only trying to do good for me, but your object is gained already, General Falcon. I am not going to marry Sir Victor Champion. I would not marry him if he were another King Arthur or Sir Galahad. So you will see that his past life has no interest for me, and I don't think I have any right to learn any of its secrets." "Oh, but you are not a schoolgirl any longer." "Am I not? I don't always quite know what I am in your eyes, my excellent Falcon. You tell me almost every other day that I conduct myself as if I were a schoolgirl, and now you want to treat me as if I were an accomplished woman of the world. Well, whatever I may be, I am not that, and I don't believe I ever shall be or shall want to be. So don't you think we may now allow the incident to empty itself? Is there not a phrase of that kind? I think I have met with it somewhere." She rose from her chair, taking her bonnet and gloves as though she meant to go away. "I hope you are not displeased with me?" Falcon asked in an altered tone. "Oh no, not in the least. I know that all you say and do is said and done out of pure friendship for me." She did not observe the strange light that gleamed in Falcon's eyes as she spoke the words. "And I thank you ever so much." There was a certain decisiveness in her tone which made it clear that the conversation was to come to an end, and Falcon did not venture to carry it any farther. He bowed and was silent, merely remarking, when she bade him good night, "You really mean that you will not go out this evening?" For she, too, had been bidden to the Danish legation. "Certainly," she answered. "I am in no mood for parties tonight." Mary had put on an appearance of carelessness, but in her heart she felt pained and grieved. She was sorry to have her ideal of Sir Victor Champion lowered and degraded. She hated to think of that great man as the slave of a woman like Lady Saxon. Lady Saxon drove straight home from the courtyard of the Ladies' Gallery, but notwithstanding what she had said to Bellarmin, she went to no party that night. She thought it possible that Sir Victor Champion might put in an appearance later on at the legation. It was just the sort of thing he would do, she told herself. She knew his power of self-control. It was greater than her own. She dared not meet him. She dared not trust herself in his company till at least she had spent her passion, and had made up her mind what to do, whether it was to be rupture, or secret treachery, or, what she dreaded most, the dog-like fidelity of a sensuous woman who will endure anything rather than separate herself from the man with whom she is infatuated. Must this put an end to everything between them? If Mary refused him, might she not perhaps the more readily win him back again? But now the present pain was more than she could bear. She sent away the carriage and servants, and went up to her own apartments. She spoke not one word while her maid was arranging her hair. Milady, the maid afterwards said, had the air of a very bad humour. The maid, however, was accustomed to the humours of ladies, and they made but slight impression on her. She was glad when Lady Saxon dismissed her for the night. Lady Saxon was then with her hair made up for sleeping, and was wrapped in a dressing gown. The moment the woman had left the room for good, Lady Saxon quietly locked the door, and then, in the most deliberate manner, gave herself up to a very paroxysm of passion. With the sheer physical exertion of fury, she relieved her tormented mind. She tore off her dressing gown and flung it on the floor, and stamped on it, and kicked it into a great heap, as if it were some living creature whom she was determined to stamp and kick out of existence. Her maid had laid a little heap of dainty petticoats on a sofa. Lady Saxon flew at them as a wild animal flies at some odious object, and seized them and flung them hither and thither about the room. She tore down her hair and dragged it about her shoulders, and catching sight of her passion-distorted features in a mirror, she made wild beast grimace and grin at herself. Her magnificent arms flourished madly out of the lace shoulder straps of the garment which was her only covering, and her bare shoulders, which she clutched at, showed veins distended with fury. All the time she was careful to make no noise. Early in her kicking about she had taken care to kick off her slippers, because, soft and delicate as they were, they might send some sound echoing through the house. It seemed, indeed, as though she were, in this frenzy, proving what she herself had said of the savage strain in her nature, and some of her lovers might have had cause, perhaps, to be thankful for disenchantment, could they have seen her in this maniacal mood. By and by, however, the transport exhausted itself. Nothing so violent could last long. The beautiful limbs ceased from their contortions. The veins of the throat and brow were no longer red and swollen. The features relaxed. The great eyes darted no more gleams of fury, but grew heavy and pathetic with gathering tears. It was over. She shivered a little, and sank in sheer prostration, all limp and huddled upon a couch, her head buried in her arms, her mass of yellow hair covering her bare shoulders and bosom and falling to her waist, and her frame slowly heaving like the ocean after a tempest as she sobbed, "Oh, Victor, my love, my one love, I'd have given up everything for you. I'd give up everything even now." End of Volume 3, Chapter 4. Volume 3, Chapter 5 of The Rebel Rose by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. What other reason could there be? Mary Beaton remained in her own apartments all the following day. She saw no one but Lady Struthers. On Thursday morning Sir Victor Champion came before 12 o'clock to receive his answer. This apparent lover's haste was in reality less spontaneous than it seemed. Sir Victor would and could have waited warily weeks and months had he felt that thus his chance of winning Mary Beaton would be greater. But something told him that his time was now, and that he must not delay. He felt that his best hope lay in the reactionary mood of tender admiration of which he had seen signs on the previous evening, and he was certain in his mind that an impulse of sympathy would be more likely to incline her heart towards him than all the reasoning, all the reflection which she might bring to bear on his suit. He knew that though her judgment might be alive to certain advantages in his proposal, which indeed he had suggested to her, the more deeply rooted instincts of her nature would make her scorn the idea of worldly calculation in such a matter, and that she would have at once too much pride and too much humility to barter herself for the sake even of her Stuart claims, far more for the sake of being the wife of a Prime Minister of England. Sir Victor's own attitude in its pride and its humility was not unlike that of the girl he wooed. Notwithstanding his ambition and his intense belief in his own powers and the ultimate greatness of his destiny, no lover could have been inwardly more diffident or more impressed with the sense of unworthiness. But during Sir Victor's career as a statesman he had gained no little insight into the minds and hearts of men and women. He understood Mary Beaton. He knew that any lack of dignity and assurance on the part of her suitor would repel rather than enlist her sympathies, and as he made his entrance into her own particular sitting-room, where she waited for him alone, no one would have suspected the tremor of hope and uncertainty and emotion which he hid under his grave, impressive bearing. When he came in, Mary rose from a low seat by the window, from which she had been abstractedly watching the swaying of the great beech tree, the flutter of the half-caged London birds about the high ivied wall, and the darting movements of bees and butterflies among the roses and mignonette in her tiny closed-in garden. She, too, was grave, and she looked pale, as though she had been ill. She held a book in her hand, and perhaps that was a reason why she did not hold her hand out to him, and her greeting was almost silent. He did not obey her sign to be seated as she herself moved from the window and sat down in a straight-backed Chippendale armchair that was like a throne, he thought, and she had the air, he fancied, of a queen granting an audience. He laid his hat upon a table and stood near her beside the mantelpiece. "I have come," he said deferentially, "to ask if you have made up your mind. But, indeed, I fear I need not ask any such question. I think I can read your decision in your face, and it is my sentence. Tell me the worst at once." "I am sorry if you feel it is so," Mary said, somewhat coldly. She could not get quite into sympathy with him. "But I have made up my mind, Sir Victor. I told you what the answer must be if I were to give an answer at once." "But you promised to think it over with a wish to make the answer favourable," he said eagerly. "Remember, you did promise that." "I did promise that, and when I made the promise I meant to keep it. But it cannot be, Sir Victor. I cannot marry you." "Will you at least tell me why?" His flashing eyes made his appeal, deferential as it was in form, seem like an attempt to overmaster her. She did not answer for a moment, and shifted her position a little, resting her elbows on the arms of her chair and clasping her hands tightly together, while she looked up at him with clear, unflinching gaze. "I could not love you as a woman ought to love her husband, and as a man like you ought to be loved. Besides, we are not alike in our ways, in any of our ways. You are a man of the world, and are in the world's ways. I know nothing about them, and things that others would not mind." She paused and unclasped her hands a little nervously and let them fall upon her lap. "There's no use in my saying any more, Sir Victor, for indeed it could not be." "I cannot understand you," he said warmly. "There is something you are thinking of and are keeping back from me. Someone has told you something against me. Come, tell me what it was. Give me a chance of defending myself. The meanest criminal who ever quailed before a bar of justice is allowed that chance." His words, tones, and gestures were so rhetorical that Mary could not help for a moment believing him insincere, believing that he was only playing a part. The familiar gesture made by striking the clenched right hand with sudden heavy impact into the half-open palm of the left, the gesture so well known to the occupants of the Treasury bench, was called into action now. But Mary was wrong. Sir Victor was quite in earnest, and was not acting a part. A man cannot pass the greater part of his life declaiming to the House of Commons without finding declamation become his ordinary form of expressing strong emotions. An actor has something of the manner of the footlights always in his love-making, in his grief, by the side of his sweetheart, by the coffin of his young wife. Sir Victor Champion was a great political actor. Mary had recovered herself now, and had no intention of allowing herself to be betrayed into any acknowledgment of what Falcon had told her. She spoke with quiet dignity. "Sir Victor, I have made up my mind for myself altogether. Nothing that anyone could have said would have changed me in that. I cannot marry you, and the one reason is that I could not love you in that way. I admire you. Oh, I could not tell you how much, but I could not marry you. We should never be suited to each other. You are too great for me. Your course is quite different from mine. Some time you will think this yourself, and you will be glad. You will be glad that I did not allow you to join yourself for life to a girl whose whole existence is but the symbol of a lost cause and a hopeless claim." She had looked away from him as she said these words, and was gazing dreamily out at the quivering beech boughs and the blue sky and the flowers. And for nearly a minute there was silence. She had a nervous dread of turning and meeting his eyes, which she knew were fixed upon her. She wondered of what he was thinking, if indeed it was a blow to him, if he would urge her to reconsider her decision, and so make their future relations more embarrassing and painful. At last he spoke. "If you were another woman," he said in deep melancholy tones. I should still plead. But with you, I know it would be useless. It would indeed, quite useless. She turned her head now and looked at him solemnly, but with something of relief. I thank you ever so much, indeed I do, from the bottom of my heart, because you are generous enough to see this and not to press me. You are very kind to me, Sir Victor, and I am sorry for this. So it has come to an end, my daydream, he said sadly. I have lost all, I suppose, even your friendship. Oh no, surely not. Why should our friendship not go on? Why should the world know of this? The world knows of everything in our days. But let us try that it shall not know of this, she exclaimed earnestly. And if it does, what matter? I shall not care if you don't. All this shall make no change in me to you. Let it not make any change in you to me. Then for the first time that day she held out her hand to him in simple and touching kindness. He took it and bent over it and pressed it lightly with his lips. Only one little difference, he said, and there was a most melancholy cadence in his voice. It shall make in me as regards you. What is that? She asked, a little surprised. I am now free to devote all my best endeavors to obtaining the recognition of those claims of yours to your ancestral estate, which, if you had accepted me as a husband, oh, utinam, and here the front bench of opposition came in again, I never could have ventured to press upon the consideration of crown or of country. Mary drooped her eyes. She felt his generosity, and nothing could be more delicate than his way of putting his resolve. But she almost wished the words had been left unspoken. Any claim that is just, she only said, is always sure to have an advocate in Sir Victor Champion. The less hopeful the claim, the more resolute the advocate. Well, I am glad we have talked this out, Sir Victor, and that I am not to lose your friendship by it. You are magnanimous, but I knew you would be. We cannot forget this. I could never forget the honor you have done me. You, with your great career and your noble ambition. And I can't expect you all at once to forget a disappointment, if it is a disappointment. If it is, he pleaded. Since it is a disappointment, even though you may forgive the unreasoning woman who disappoints you. But we will not think of it any more than we can, and the memory shall not come between us and cut our friendship in two. Goodbye. I hope to see you soon. She held out her hand again, and he took it and left her without another word. She felt deeply agitated, and all the while there was coming up in her heart the melancholy wish that he had never been the slave of Lady Saxon, or at least that she had never heard of the slavery. He is too great for that, she said to herself. And then the thought rose, are all men bad? Are they all the same? Mary Beaton was in one of her wayward, unsatisfactory moods which had been rare of late. When she joined the others of her household at the déjeuner, there was a more subtle reason for her capricious levity than mere girlish high spirits. Perhaps never in her life had she felt more miserable. Falcon, in a strange contradictory temper, and almost maddened by doubt and love and anger, saw at once by her reddened eyelids that she had been crying bitterly, and he had an abrupt transition from gloom and silent wrath to an adoring tenderness. It was partly in the effort to divert attention from these signs of wretchedness, of which she was only too conscious, and which seemed to humiliate her in her own estimation, that Mary had strung herself up to a fever of artificial gaiety. Partly, too, because one of the quick moods of revulsion characteristic of her temperament had come over her, and she was reckless and determined not to yield to a feeling which she fancied was a shame to her. She resolved that she would not be unhappy. She would not think of Bellarmin, or Sir Victor, or Lady Saxon. She would distract herself somehow. She would ride, dance, laugh, talk, do anything, any mad freak, so that she escaped from herself. She took Falcon aside. She seemed to have forgotten, or to wish to atone for, her ill humor of the evening before. "General," she said with coaxing imperiousness, "we are going to carry out a plan that I made a little while ago, and which you agreed to, and which had almost gone out of my mind. I don't know why. I suppose that it was because of Stonehenge Park and Monsignor Valmy, and then fashionable parties and politics and other things. I was too much taken up with all that to pine after low-class amusements. Well, I am tired of being fashionable and political and humdrum. I've had enough of polite society. I am weary of the sort of life we lead. I am weary of myself. That's the truth, dear old friend." Falcon could not restrain his impatience to know what had taken place in the interview with Champion. Mary's manner alarmed him. He interrupted her. "Madame, Sir Victor Champion has been here this morning?" Yes, I don't want to talk of Sir Victor, but it is best you should know. My good Falcon, don't excite yourself. I told you last night that I had no intention of marrying Sir Victor, and I have told him so today. Are you satisfied? Have I sufficiently vindicated the dignity of the Stuarts?" Falcon bowed low. He himself would vindicate his power of self-control. "Though my over-anxiety may have displeased you sometimes, madame, I have always felt assured in my heart that the dignity of the Stuarts was safe with you." "Oh, indeed, General, the dignity of the Stuarts! Are you sure that you will be of the same opinion tonight?" she said, coming closer to him and smiling in his face. "Tonight, when we are smoking cigarettes at our East End music hall, and drinking. What do they drink? I should like absinthe. I think tonight, I in my boy's clothes. Do you hear, General? That is the prank I had forgotten. It is to be tonight. It is to be an adventure, something to take one's thoughts up from oneself and make one laugh and be merry for days. I am sure that Mary Stuart felt like that when she dressed in the archer's uniform. Perhaps she was disgusted with people. Perhaps she was unhappy. She was often unhappy, you know, though at times she seemed so gay. Perhaps she really loved Bothwell all through, and wanted to hide it even from herself. Do you think, Falcon, that she could have really loved Bothwell?" There was a wistful cadence in Mary's voice, and though her eyes were turned on Falcon as she asked the question, she did not seem to notice the strange expression which came over his face. In truth, her mind was not on Falcon. His eyes devoured her. He could hardly restrain the impulse to throw himself at her feet. "I know it," he said hoarsely. "A brave woman could not hate the man who dared to risk his very love, his world, his heaven. Think of it, Mary, in the hope of winning her. And if not hate, then surely it must be love, and surrender, the sweetest, the most passionate and complete. Yes, it was a bold stroke, but he won. And what if it were paid for by disaster, ruin, death? Through all eternity that memory must be Bothwell's." "Well, Falcon, never mind Bothwell. That's a long time ago. We are to forget all about everything for an hour or two. Do you understand? Lords and ladies, and the House of Commons, and the Stuart claims. We will be so merry tonight, you and I, Falcon." She leaned towards him and touched his arm, and looked at him in perfectly unconscious allurement. "We are going to get out of this fashionable, wearisome, revolting world where everybody is double-faced and bad. Yes, bad. All the worse because they try to seem fine and noble and heroic. Let one have honest, vulgar badness if one must have it at all. We will get out of it just for an hour into a new world of common people who laugh heartily and are what they seem. No, don't argue and protest. We have had all that before. I must do something wild and extraordinary tonight. Don't you see that I am not myself quite? I want to be amused." She broke into hysterical laughter, which was on the verge of tears. Her mood, her words, wrought upon Falcon's excited nerves so that he had neither will nor force to oppose any fantastic scheme she might have suggested. He had an insane longing to seize upon no matter what wild project which might throw down existing barriers and drive her and him into strange, unconventional conditions that would justify the most melodramatic extravagance.
He saw her slim, girlish form in its masquerade dress. He fancied her leaning upon him. All sorts of tumultuous thoughts surged in his brain. He echoed her strained laugh. "We will be married tonight, Mary," he said. "I will arrange everything. Yes, we will be married tonight." Mary seemed to be lost in thought. "Remember," she said suddenly, "you are not to speak to me any more, or to anyone, of the Sir Victor Champion affair." "I fear," said Falcon, on his guard again, "that it will have a bad effect as regards the bringing forward of your claims in the House of Commons." "No," she exclaimed warmly. "He is generous, magnanimous, more so than you could have believed. He has told me in the most delicate, the kindest way, that it will make no difference between us. I could almost have wished it might be otherwise, Falcon, only that I am glad to know that he is great enough not to bear resentment. He has told me that he will advocate my cause, all the more warmly because of that he will do what he could not have done had I accepted him." Mary spoke in much agitation. It was evident that though she had no love for Champion, she had been deeply moved by his conduct towards her. She looked pathetically at Falcon. "Oh, why did you tell me that about him? Did you do it to hurt me?" she asked appealingly. "No, I am not blaming you. I know that you love me, and that if you sometimes seem unkind, you have my good at heart. You needn't have been afraid, though. Oh no," as he made a passionate gesture, "I know you mean always kindly and tenderly to me, and you must be kind to me, Falcon, for in truth I am lonely enough." "Oh, Mary," cried Falcon, transported by her gentle words, "if you but knew how I love you!" "Then prove it, General, by humoring me and being nice to me tonight." She was all gaiety again. "Now go away. I want to think — to soliloquize on the situation, as they do in plays, you know." Falcon had that morning received a telegram from Lady Saxon, a somewhat enigmatic telegram, which he understood to mean that she wished to learn from him at once the answer Mary had given to Sir Victor Champion. He went to her house immediately after his interview with Miss Beaton. He was like a drunken man whom some sudden shock brings partially back to his sober sense. On his own account, he was anxious to see Lady Saxon, towards whom he involuntarily turned as the one person in the world in whom he could confide the workings of his morbid mind. Lady Saxon knew that she had made a hit in her way of dealing with Falcon. She had got at his secret, and she knew he was the sort of man who, having once confessed, would feel a morbid relief in going over the confession again and again. Lady Saxon had not been for nothing the wife and the confidential agent of a quack doctor who lived on human weaknesses. She loved to make pathological study of natures that were in any way morally diseased. Poor Falcon's mind had long been oppressed by the weight of his secret, and it was a strange, shamefaced, humbling, cruel, sweet relief to him to be able to pour out his confession. It would have amused her in any case thus to make the shamed and suffering man unfold himself and lay bare at her bidding the innermost workings of his heart. Today, suffering as she was still, even though that paroxysm of passion had been a relief, and hardened as she was already to her own pain, she took a cruel and sympathetic delight in the thought of another's tortures. Lady Saxon, besides, had a practical object in her sport. She hoped to be able, sooner or later, to make some good use of his revelations. It was highly satisfactory to her to get absolutely into her power the man who alone, out of all those now surrounding her, could tell something definite of her past career, and moreover the man who might be her best instrument of revenge against Mary Beaton. She had passed a terrible night, a weary day, another terrible night, but Lady Saxon's was a robust physique, a superabundant vitality, which perhaps required the outlet of occasional mental disturbance. The flood of emotion which had drained itself away for the time by its very violence had gathered again and broken in renewed outbursts of fury. She might have been dangerous but for these debauches of passion. She had them frequently in a minor degree, and she came forth from them always saner and better prepared to face the world. She had the cleverness to conceal them as an intermittent drunkard may have the craft to conceal his attacks. Under other circumstances she would have gone down perhaps to Petrel's Rest, but it would have been impossible for her now to leave London, and she found it easier to school herself to impenetrability and to the idea of meeting Champion as though nothing had happened. She had decided that it would be folly and absolute ruin to her hopes to throw her cards on the table. She would play her own game, and she calculated upon winning in the end, if not by accomplishing her present aims, through becoming indifferent, or, as she had once tried to do, turning her love into hatred. She looked 10 years older than she had looked 2 days before, but her dress was as studied as usual, and her manner was cool, hard, and defiant. "Well," she asked at once, turning as Koto ushered Falcon into the boudoir where she was sitting at her writing table, dashing off notes, "is your princess going to be Prime Minister of England?" "Well," he repeated, "she has refused him." Lady Saxon's eyes flashed hellfire one instant, as Carlyle would put it. She had refused him. The man at whose feet Josephine Saxon would have flung herself had offered his love to a girl, a schoolgirl, and had been refused. Josephine was glad that he had been refused. What else had she been praying for? Of course she was glad, but the very refusal itself was a new pang of humiliation to her. But she showed no more of this. She made Falcon sit by her, and soon she had drawn from him all that he could tell, all indeed, except the revelation he had made to Mary concerning herself and Champion. She learned the particulars of Sir Victor's visit that morning, of Mary's hysterical mood, of her feverish longing for distraction, and the poor foolish escapade into which Falcon was about to enter. Lady Saxon laughed with contemptuous amusement. She led the old man on to talk of his wild hopes and insane heart-burnings. He told her of Mary's gentler manner to him, and almost tender words, and of the maddening suggestions she had so unconsciously seemed to encourage. He repeated Mary's own injunction. The Victor Champion episode was to be buried, never again alluded to. "Are you satisfied?" Lady Saxon asked coldly. "So far, yes. Don't you think it is satisfactory?" "No," she answered sharply, "I don't. And I don't see why you should any more than I." "But you would not have wished her to accept him. Have you taken the trouble, General Falcon, to ask yourself why she has refused him?" Falcon became uneasy. "She told me herself," he said. "Oh, she told you herself, did she?" "Yes, Lady Saxon, truly. And what did she say?" "She said she could not love him." "And you believed that?" "Believed that she could not love him? No, no, I don't mean that. How dull you are today, General Falcon. You believed that that was her only reason for refusing him? It seems to me reason enough for a woman of Miss Beaton's high tone of mind." "High tone of mind! Miss Beaton and the thought of her make you quite eloquent, my poor friend. Do you really mean to tell me that you never fancied she might have had some other reason for refusing Sir Victor Champion than the mere fact that she didn't actually love him? That she wasn't in love with him? What other reason could there be?" he asked, in a low voice growing hoarse with anxiety. Lady Saxon gave a disagreeable little laugh. "Why, of course, because she does love someone else." Falcon groaned audibly. This was what his prophetic soul had been telling him. This was what he had been trying to keep out of his thoughts, and now it was only too plain that Lady Saxon knew it as well as he did. He had a morbid terror of hearing it from her. She did not mean to spare him. "And so you really didn't know this, my poor Falcon," she said with contemptuous pity, feeling a certain satisfaction that she was rubbing salt into his wounds. You never suspected this? I didn't think even a man could be so dull. Your fair princess refused Sir Victor Champion because she is in love with young Ralph Bellarmin. There is the whole story." "Why do you think that?" he asked fiercely. "I don't think anything about it. I have eyes and senses, and I know it. Why, it is all as clear as light. She is in love with him. I knew she would be in love with him, and she has a will of her own, as you know pretty well, and she will marry him if you don't do something to prevent her." "She shan't marry him!" Falcon exclaimed with an oath. "She shall never marry him." "She will marry him if you don't do something to prevent it. But I don't suppose you will do anything." She shrugged her shoulders contemptuously. "Oh, what can I do?" "Make her marry you. Make her see that you are her master, the master of her destiny. If I were a man and in your place, I would make her see that easily enough. A woman likes a man all the better because he shows her that he is her master. I never cared long for any man." And Lady Saxon felt her lips quivering as she spoke out this falsehood. "Because I never found the man who could be my master. Well, when is this East End escapade coming off?" she asked, suddenly changing her tone and manner, and rising from her chair. "She wants it tonight. She wants something to distract her thoughts, she says." "And it is to be tonight?" "I have yielded," Falcon said. "I yielded reluctantly, but I can refuse for some reason and put it off." "You fool! Why should you put it off? It gives you a splendid chance if you only have the spirit." "Lady Saxon, I am a soldier. I have seen some rough days. I have not been accused of want of spirit." "Piff paff! I have known many a hero in the battle who hadn't the courage of a mouse when it came to be a question of getting any mastery over a woman. Well, if you have any spirit, take your chance tonight." "But what is to be done?" the perplexed Falcon asked. "Make up some story between this and then. Tell her of some danger or plot or something. Invent any fable that will account for taking her out of town. I'll invent you half a dozen if you give me a few minutes' time. Take her to Petrel's Rest, and then tell her that she is not to stir from the place until she consents to marry you. I declare to you that if I were she, I would marry the man who had the courage to capture me." She threw herself into a low chair and remained silent, as if she had said her say, and dismissed the subject. In reality, she was thinking it out with a freakish, malign exultation. She wanted to set some manner of mischief afoot, something which would injure and degrade her rival. Of course, she had no faith in the possibility of a Bothwell-like carrying off of Mary Beaton. She wanted a scene, a scandal, something which would have to come out in a police court, and get into the newspapers, and be the talk of London. Falcon's mad temper was a heaven-sent chance to her, and she laughed exultingly over it and over him when he had gone. If things would only turn out so that the Stuart princess must have to go into a police court and explain how it came about that she was found at a low-class East End music hall masquerading in the dress of a boy! Would not that be enough to finish her London career? Would it not disillusionize Victor Champion? Would it not of a certainty open the eyes of the romantic and chivalrous Bellarmin? Come, a bright idea! Bellarmin must be got to appear on the spot somehow. He must be compelled to see his ideal princess, his Gloriana, in her romping jacket, her tomboy masquerade. In spite of her real misery, Lady Saxon's eyes sparkled with a kind of impish delight at this idea. She thought of all that would be said in the society papers, and she gloated in advance over the humiliation of Mary Beaton. Falcon stood meanwhile erect and speechless as a graven image. His rigid attitude was strangely out of keeping with the wild disturbance of his heart. All around seemed for the time as if it were curtained in blackness. At last he started like one starting out of sleep, and he clenched his hands and said in a tone of passionate resolution, "Yes, I'll try it. It is the last chance." "I am glad you see it in that light," Lady Saxon said composedly. "It is indeed the last chance of rescuing her from the consequences of a foolish love for a showy young political adventurer. If you only keep true to your purpose, and don't let your resolution ooze out, you will save her, and she will thank you for it some day before long. Now, my good Falcon, you had better go. This is a thing to be done, not talked about, you understand." "I suppose I ought to thank you," he said hoarsely, "but I can't. I don't know whether I owe you gratitude or hatred. I don't know whether you are inspired by God or by the devil. What does it matter, my good Falcon, so far as you are concerned, where the source of my inspiration is found? I don't really know myself. I have heard casuists say that the most trying of all temptations is the difficulty of knowing sometimes whether a certain inward prompting comes from God or from the devil. I only know that I am trying to serve my friend after my fashion." "Friend? Friend?" he repeated hesitatingly. "I do not know, Lady Saxon. Are we friends? Can we be friends?" "Do you think we ought to be enemies?" she blandly asked. "Oh no, not enemies. Well, we can't, under all the circumstances, be quite indifferent to each other, and so, my best Falcon, I see nothing for it but that we should be friends. Goodbye and Glück auf, as the miners used to say in my merry German days." End of Volume 3, Chapter 5. Volume 3, Chapter 6 of The Rebel Rose by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, The East End Expedition. There was a great deal of jubilation among all the old-fashioned Tories that and the previous day. The government had put their foot down, stout old warriors said in the Carlton Club and the Conservative, and they had brought the whole revolutionary scheme to an end. We shall hear no more of it, sir, hear no more of it. But among other members of the party there was much doubt and misgiving. Numbers of the younger men, who did not by any means go with Bellarmin and his little band of progressive Democrats, yet felt the strongest doubt as to whether the position Lord Bosworth had taken up could possibly be maintained. They are only playing into Champion's hands, many shrewd and sound Conservatives said, and there were those who maintained that in the Cabinet itself there were sinking hearts and dissatisfied consciences. Reports were everywhere that Champion had a great democratic move fully schemed out and ready. Such reports were naturally contradicted in authoritative quarters, but everything is contradicted now, skeptical persons said, and many would persist in regarding the reports themselves as, at the least, only pilot balloons thrown up into the air by Champion and his closer circle of friends. In the meantime, Lord Saxon, whose word no one ever thought of questioning, and who had only come to town that morning, was at the club telling everybody who chose to ask him that he knew nothing of any definite scheme, and did not believe any such scheme was in existence. The air of clubland and editorial and political regions was thickened with rumors and reports and denials and protests and conjectures of all kinds. Bellarmin avoided his clubs, and kept out of the way as much as possible, more particularly out of the way of Tressel, who had let fly a sheaf of telegrams, and who, always sleepy-looking, imperturbable, and smoking endless cigarettes, was rushing about in hansoms in various directions. Yet when he went down to the House, Bellarmin felt that something was coming, and very speedily coming. It came in this way. Sir Victor Champion made his appearance early in the House of Commons that evening, earlier, that is to say, than was usual for him when he was not in office. When out of office, he seldom came into the House until the greater number of the questions to ministers had been put and answered. It was characteristic of the man that he should go straight from the failure of a cherished enterprise to the starting of a totally different one. It so happened that he found Lord Saxon next to him when he took his seat. They exchanged a few words of commonplace talk, and then those who were near them heard Champion say, "I am going to do something which will probably surprise you, but I hope I shall be able to make my position quite clear and satisfactory to you." Lord Saxon looked astonished. He flushed up and said nothing. The weary questions were brought to an end, and then Sir Victor rose and came forward to the table, and there were loud cries of "Order, order," intended to drown in advance any possible interruption, and everyone knew that something momentous was going to happen. Then Champion, in a clear, commanding, but not aggressive tone, announced that in consequence of the positive declaration made the other evening by Her Majesty's Ministers against any reform in the organization and procedure of the House of Lords, he had thought it his duty to prepare a resolution on the subject, which he proposed at the earliest possible moment to submit to the judgment of the House of Commons. The resolution, which Champion read, merely called forth an humble address to Her Majesty, praying that Her Majesty would be graciously pleased not to make any further addition to the peerage of the United Kingdom until Parliament should have been afforded an opportunity of expressing its opinion on the Constitution and working of the House of Lords, and of declaring whether or not the hereditary principle of legislation was suited to the conditions of the present day. A positive outburst of cheering from the Radical benches below the gangway followed the reading of the resolution, and the cheers were followed by groans and by shouts of defiance from the Tories, who were at first too stupefied to give forth any expression of feeling. Then Sir Victor quietly gave notice that on the day following he should ask the leader of the government whether the government would afford him facilities for an early discussion of that important subject. The leader of the House, Sir Rowland Chase, only nodded his head in mere acceptance of Sir Victor's notice, and engaged in a hasty consultation with one of his colleagues. Sir Victor sat for a moment and looked at Lord Saxon, evidently expecting that Saxon would say something to him, whether in the way of approval or of remonstrance. But Lord Saxon sat in silence for a moment or two, and then got up and walked slowly out of the House, without having exchanged a word with Champion or anyone else. Whatever may have been his reason, there was one point on which Champion was inexorable. He would not take Lord Saxon into his confidence yet. Josephine had been doing her very best to bring Saxon round to a recognition of what might be called the general infallibility of Champion, and had begun to be of good hope that if Champion would only be open with him at once, he might secure Saxon's alliance. But Champion would not move. Perhaps he still was convinced that the best way to secure Saxon's concurrence was to approach him with a completed scheme, a roll of allies, and a plan of action. Perhaps he was jealous of the influence which Saxon's family and position gave him over the Liberal party. Perhaps he was determined this time to be the unmistakable leader of the party, determined that if Saxon were to come in at all, he must come distinctly as a follower and subordinate. Perhaps he thought it would be a good thing if, by securing the alliance of the progressive Tories, he could feel himself once for all independent of Saxon, could be able to say, "Let Saxon come in if he prefers it." No one who really knew Victor Champion could doubt that in the depths of his heart there was a patriotic and an impassioned desire for the good of his country. But no one who knew him well could fail to know that in the depths of his heart also there was a settled conviction that his own intellect and his own will were the heaven-appointed instruments for the accomplishment of that end. Lord Saxon, devoted to Champion as he had hitherto been, was always a drag on his leader, and the leader wanted to feel himself free. Thus the first trumpet was sounded for the great struggle. The long-expected, vague apparition had taken shape and stood out clear against the horizon. All London had one topic for the next 12 hours or so, and the name of Victor Champion was on every lip. It was accompanied with praise and plaudits, with denunciation and with curses, the banning, as is the way of such things, louder and deeper than the blessing. Bellarmin had made up his mind to dine in the House of Commons that evening. He was passing out into the lobby, intending to smoke a cigar on the terrace before dinner, when one of the doorkeepers stopped him, and taking a letter from the sheaf of tan-colored, white and blue envelopes which lined the sides of the sedan chair sentry box in which he sat, put it into Bellarmin's hand. Before he even looked at it, some strange, sweet association was brought upon Bellarmin with a light wave of scent. The letter was in an ordinary square envelope, and the address was written in a very commonplace, unsuggestive sort of hand. When he opened it, he saw that the handwriting inside was different, and he read in much surprise the following singular epistle, which had at least the merit of going straight to the subject. If you are really a friend of Miss Mary Beaton's, you ought to know that she is putting herself in a position of danger. Go down this night to the Rule Britannia Theatre, Alexandria Street, Shoreditch, at 9 o'clock. Use your eyes, and you will know what I mean. The regular, old-fashioned, anonymous letter of conventional romance. It was written, of course, in a woman's hand, carefully disguised, the letters all sloping elaborately from left to right. It was perfumed, and it was the breath of that perfume which attracted him at once, for it was a perfume that Mary Beaton always used. Was the letter sent by any of those around Mary Beaton? By Lady Struthers, for example? By Mary Beaton's maid? No, he could not think that likely. Anyone might use the perfume. It was probably a mere chance that it was used, or its use might have been deliberate with the view of making him believe that the letter came from Miss Beaton's own household. If so, that artifice was not much needed. Of course, he would go to the place. Perhaps when he got there he should find nothing of any interest to him. Perhaps he should find himself merely the victim of some silly and meaningless practical joke. No matter, he would go all the same. If there was the slightest, faintest ghost of a chance that Mary might be in any danger from which he could shelter her, that was enough for him. Why any danger to her should have an East End theatre for its scene, and how it was to reveal itself to him when he got there, it passed the power of his wits to conjecture. The only thing was for him to go and see. After all, he said to himself, there is a great deal of nonsense talked about anonymous letters, and the folly and weakness of paying any attention to them. Many an honest and friendly warning is given in an anonymous letter by a writer who would give no warning if he had to sign his name. Not quite an heroic personage, such a letter writer, but one has to take a hint sometimes from other than heroic personages. While he was thus reasoning to himself, a member of the Liberal party, a fashionable young man about town, seized Bellarmin's arm and insisted upon his there and then joining a little dinner which the Liberal member was giving to some ladies of his acquaintance in the subterranean dining room. Bellarmin allowed himself to be led thither, having no excuse ready, and having yet an hour and a half to wait before the time named by his mysterious correspondent. It was not the scene of his last night's dinner, but the public room, which was full of little tables and groups, more or less animated, and more or less smart-looking, according to the social sphere they represented. It is a solemn and serious obligation upon the county member to entertain at dinner in the House of Commons the wives and daughters of his bucolic or manufacturing constituents. A party of constituents is to be recognized at a glance. The constituent and the local man can never be mistaken by one who has ever tasted the sweets and sours of public life. The constituent's wife and the wife of the local man are of a less definite type upon these festive occasions. The member's wife is usually absent. Bellarmin felt sorry for a man he knew, celebrated as a barrister and a wit, and also a member of the Tory government, who was sadly ministering to the appetite of an excellent lady in an ulster, with blinking eyes, which she never took off her plate except when she extended a pudgy hand protestingly over her champagne, and smiled and blinked at her host in feeble remonstrance. There was a good deal of laughter at Bellarmin's table about the number of constituents' wives who were in the dining room that night. A probable dissolution was augured therefrom, and a sort of plebiscite was taken as to whether they abounded most at Tory tables. The minister cast mock melancholy glances at Bellarmin's more brilliant party, which numbered two clever members' wives, well dressed and distinguished, and a very pretty girl in a tailor-made gown and a red hat, whom Bellarmin knew slightly. The girl was very lively and amusing, and quizzed him about his dinner 2 nights before, of which Mr. Tressel had told her, and about his princess, who, Bellarmin thought savagely, seemed now common property. The conversation was not political, but was all about people and London gossip, and he would have enjoyed both his dinner and his company had he been in a less preoccupied mood. A Tory whip came in when dinner was nearly over, and stood looking as though he were counting heads, and presently the division bell rang, which gave Bellarmin an excuse for rushing off and not returning. He hurried from the dining room and across the lobby, shaking off with an assumption of careless ease some dozen or so of colleagues and acquaintances on the way, who were eager to get to talk with him. One in particular was a renowned and remorseless bore, who lived and bored on the one great theme, Imperial Federation. He flung himself across the young Tory Democrat's way. "Hullo, Bellarmin, what's going on?" he asked. "I am," replied Bellarmin with a laugh, repeating Douglas Jerrold's old joke, and he left the bewildered bore, who never made or understood a joke in his life. "So Apollo has saved me," Bellarmin murmured to himself, thinking of Horace and his bore as he passed down the member's private entrance, and so into Palace Yard, and thence by the covered way into Bridge Street and on to the Thames Embankment. A few paces down the embankment he hailed a hansom. In Palace Yard every cabman knew him, and he did not want to be known just then. A little way down the embankment no one would be likely to know him. It had often amused him to notice how a few yards of street in London convert a somebody into a nobody. In and around Palace Yard a member of Parliament is a great personage. Policemen rush to protect him from the quick-darting hansom. Lines of omnibuses are compelled to halt to let him pass. The whole traffic of the outer world has to acknowledge his presence and make way for him. Yet a few yards farther on, and his person is unknown. His perils are unheeded. He is only one of the crowd. The cabs may drive at him or over him, and welcome. So Bellarmin walked on a few paces, got outside the charmed parliamentary circle of police protection, hailed the first cab he met, and drove on his unrecognized way. It was a long drive from Blackfriars Bridge and the Embankment, through monotonous miles of the dreariest streets, hideous and heart-sickening in their dreadful similarity. The cabman drove rapidly, at Bellarmin's express desire, and yet 9 o'clock had struck before they reached the place they sought. There was no trouble in finding it. The cabman knew it well, and had driven young swells from the West End there many a time before. They stopped at last before a sort of miniature Alhambra, built at the angle of a small open square, which was made light almost as day by the flaring gas jets that ran along the front of the building. It was a gay and busy little square. There was a stand of dingy cabs in the centre, and there were several stalls with cheap fruit, confectionery, and buckets of mussels and periwinkles, and 2 or 3 public houses, which did not seem, however, to have anything to do with the business of the bar that occupied one side of the entrance to the music hall. Each public house seemed to have its own peculiar group of roughs and gamins, who did not join the little stream of people passing in and out of the illuminated door. The people were workmen and their wives, shop-girls and factory hands with their sweethearts, and as they pushed by each other there was a sound of cockney jokes and laughter. Bellarmin stepped from his cab and made his way into the vestibule, where he talked with the box-keeper and a policeman, who apparently acted as a check-taker. He told them he wanted to see the performance, and especially the look of the house, and that he did not particularly want to be seen. So for a very few shillings, he got a small, well-curtained box near the stage, all to himself, and found that from thence he could survey the whole audience, with little risk of being himself seen by anyone, except, indeed, the performers on the stage. These, when Bellarmine ensconced himself in his nook, were three men dressed like bookmakers, in white hats and checked trousers and brilliant waistcoats. They were singing a comic song which seemed a favorite to judge by the enthusiastic manner in which the audience joined in the chorus, of which the burden ran: "Sister Johanna whacked the donkey, but the old moke wouldn't go," or something to that effect. And then there was dancing and kicking up of legs and somersaults and the usual comic song business. It was a garish place, with gilt mirrors on the walls which reflected back the clusters of gas lamps. The air was thick with smoke, and the hall was crammed with people sitting in rows on benches, which at the upper end were baize covered, and had little stands before them for the glasses and the cigars. On a high chair just below the orchestra sat the master of the ceremonies, who called out the number of the pieces, and smoked and exchanged jokes with the audience, and was every now and then treated to a drink. Sometimes champagne, or what looked like champagne, in tin-foiled bottles, was handed up to the front benches. Sometimes there was a call for 2 and 2 of Scotch to keep the spirits up, but beer in pewter mugs seemed the general beverage. The young men of the audience wore dirty pot-hots and wonderful neckties, and the young women sported much cheap finery, gaudy feathers, and smart jackets, and had tousled hair, after the approved fashion in factory circles. The young men leaned back, most of them with one arm round a young woman's shoulders, and they gazed into their sweethearts' faces and nudged them when anything exquisitely funny or suggestive of some past personal episode tickled their fancy. But the nudging was not confined to the young people. It was extensively indulged in by the husbands and wives, and the hard-working gaunt mothers of families seemed to get as much enjoyment out of the performance as their younger and less burdened sisters. Bellarmine cast his eyes round the house in bewildered search for some indication of the danger which threatened Mary Beaton, some sign of the foretold conspiracy against her. He had quick eyes, but as they swept the place, pit, gallery, and boxes, he could see no face that he knew. Was he, then, the victim of some practical joke? No, he could not believe that, or, at all events, if there were any joke, the point of it was yet to come. No creature in his or her senses would take the trouble of writing a letter in a disguised hand just for the sake of inducing a young man to pay a visit to an East End music hall. If he were a grave and responsible statesman like Sir Victor Champion, then indeed one might understand a practical joker's motive in trying to get him to show himself in such a place. But there would be no fun whatever in prevailing upon a careless young man about town like Bellarmine to show himself there. Nobody would be surprised if he were seen there. Nobody would care. No, he would have to wait for the joke, if joke it were. At last, when he was getting fairly tired of waiting and watching, he saw a little movement among some of the occupants of the pit, a movement caused by the entrance of two newcomers who were trying to make their way to convenient seats. The newcomers were a tall, gray-haired man and, apparently, a slender boy. The man was dressed in rusty black clothes, and so far as his garb was concerned, might have been taken for one of the poorer class of shopkeepers. The boy might have been his son, but the walk, the bold, straight stride of the man did not seem to Bellarmine's acute eye quite like that of a poor shopkeeper of the East End. It was unmistakably the stride of a soldier, of a cavalryman. Now the pair had settled down. Bellarmine had not yet been able to get a look at their faces. Some persons were still passing between them and him. Now the path of sight is clear, and yes, of course, the tall man was General Falcon himself, apparently under the impression that he was admirably disguised. Who, then, was his companion? Bellarmine strained his sight to get a good look at the features of the supposed boy, and he could hardly keep his emotions down. His surprise, alarm, horror, when he saw that the face was the face of Mary Beaton. Here in this low, noisy, vulgar East End music hall was Mary Stuart Beaton, dressed as a boy. For a moment he refused to believe the evidence of his senses. It could not be. Had Miss Beaton any boy cousin or other such relative who resembled her? That surely was more likely than that she herself could be sitting there in such absurd masquerade. But no, it was impossible that he could be mistaken. There were the features, there were the eyes that now were queen-like and now saint-like, that now, it must be owned, were saucy, the eyes that sometimes seemed melting with pathetic emotion, with compassion, with tender pity, and that sometimes, too, flashed out an almost insolent anger. It just struck Bellarmin at the moment, and it sent a cruel pang through him, that he had never seen in these wonderful eyes any gleam that spoke of love. All the emotions a woman could show through eloquent eyes, these speaking eyes had told him of again and again, save only love. He studied her face, and he felt satisfied that he was right. But he now surveyed her figure as well, and he wondered within himself how, even in that dull and commonplace crowd, she could have escaped suspicion. So charmingly feminine were her movements, so feminine her outlines. He became afraid for her. He longed to go near her and warn her that some wandering eye would surely pierce through the screen of her disguise. Yet he did not dare to approach her then and there. All he could do was to remain where he was, ready to come to her assistance if assistance should be needed. No question had he in his mind as to General Falcon's courage, and he noted with satisfaction that for all General Falcon's 65 years, he did not appear by any means the sort of man with whom a personage of ordinary strength would care to get into a quarrel. But Bellarmin was by no means assured of Falcon's discretion. He feared that Falcon's adoration for his princess might lead him to fancy an affront in every curious look, the crime of lèse-majesté in every whisper. All Bellarmin could do was to keep himself unseen while watching carefully the surroundings and the movements of the strange pair of spectators, who took all his interest and all his eyes and ears away from the stage and the performances. There they sat, the soldier and the princess, conforming themselves evidently as much as possible to the ways of the place. General Falcon had a huge tankard of beer before him, to which he occasionally applied his lips with an expression of utterly overdone gratification. His companion had a lemon squash. General Falcon bought a cigar from one of the peripatetic waiters, but Bellarmin's keen eye soon observed that he quietly dropped that cigar under the seat and substituted for it one which he stole from his own coat pocket. His companion presently touched him on the arm, and Bellarmin could distinctly hear the imperious words, "Cigarette, please." General Falcon tried a look of remonstrance, but his companion was inexorable, and presently Bellarmin saw the daughter of the Stuarts smoking a cigarette with the most perfect complacency and apparent comfort. He felt his forehead growing hot with anxiety and alarm. Sometimes one of the company near Mary Beaton and her companion got up and passed the girl with some word of apology for disturbing her, and Bellarmin was in perfect agony lest some of her movements might betray her sex. If she would only put her hands in her pockets, he thought to himself, that would look schoolboyish, at all events. He trembled at the very graciousness, the almost oriental elaborateness of courtesy with which Mary replied to each passing apology from this or that airy or ariette. She bent her graceful head to a stout elderly personage who squeezed by her, and who made some jocular remark upon his own fatness, and the mere movement of Mary's head frightened Bellarmin. It was so intensely feminine. Surely, he was thinking in agony, that old personage, who is likely to be the father of at least half a dozen daughters, will see that it is a girl and not a boy who is good-naturedly making way for him and politely acknowledging his apologies. But the worthy citizen went his unsuspicious way, and Bellarmin breathed freely again, for the moment at least. What especially kept Bellarmin in alarm was not the dread of anything anybody might guess at, or the dread of what somebody might say to Miss Beaton, but a very reasonable fear concerning the demeanor of General Falcon. If that warrior could only be relied upon to restrain himself so far as to behave with coolness and discretion, and not to take offense where it was anyhow possible to avoid it, then things would go right enough. For even if an elderly gentleman did choose to bring his daughter dressed in boy's clothes to such a place, or were suspected of having done so, no great harm could come of that. But suppose there were a quarrel, suppose there were a row, suppose Falcon were to knock someone down, suppose the police were called in, and a general removal were made to the police station, would it be possible for Mary's secret to be kept then? Will they never go away? He kept asking himself. Will they remain seated there until the end? What can there be in this business to interest her? Surely she ought to have had enough of it by this time. When does she mean to go? At last, they were going. Miss Beaton apparently had had enough of it. She touched Falcon and said something to him, and Falcon got up and prepared to lead the way. The stage was empty at the time, which made Bellarmin anxious, because eyes that would otherwise have been occupied with the mummers were free to amuse themselves by scanning the faces of departing guests. He drew into the shelter of his box until they had passed beneath him, and then he hastened after them. They had to make their way through long dingy passages, lighted by flaring and naked jets of gas. These passages were obstructed here and there by little groups of loungers and smokers, and progress was not to be made with anything like quickness. Bellarmin kept well behind, but did not lose sight of the pair for a second. Suddenly he became aware somehow that another man as well as he was following and watching them. He had not yet had time to see what this man was like, but he had come out of the theater at the moment that Bellarmin left it, and he was almost keeping step with Bellarmin in following Miss Beaton and Falcon. Perhaps this observer had made a guess as to the real sex of the supposed boy, and was only following from motives of mere curiosity. Still, it would be well, Bellarmin thought, to keep a close watch on him. So he fell back just a little more, and then the other observer, who looked like a mechanic out of employment and down on his luck, pushed suddenly forward and made an attempt to hustle past Miss Beaton. He hustled past her so roughly that she looked round in surprise, and then he hustled back again, jostling her a second time. He was drunk, perhaps, and he probably did not mean any rudeness, and it would not matter much if only General Falcon did not lose his temper. Falcon was hurrying Mary on as quickly as he could. Either he had not seen the man jostle her, or he was wisely determined to take no notice. Bellarmin felt as if he could have embraced him for his self-control and prudence. But the jostling one was evidently resolved to make his presence felt and inconvenient. He was preparing for a forward movement again. He had the staggery walk of a man who had been drinking, and yet Bellarmin was convinced somehow that the drunkenness was a sham, and that there was some deliberate purpose in all these movements. This would never do, he thought. If there were any more jostling, Falcon would be sure to lose his self-control. Just at this moment there was a sharp turn in the passage, and for an instant Miss Beaton and Falcon were out of sight. The man whom Bellarmin was watching was about to make a rush after them. Bellarmin had got his chance, and he made prompt use of it. He caught the man by the collar and drew him back firmly, steadily, not roughly, but with a quiet and decidedly persuasive force. "Tell me," Bellarmin asked in the calmest voice, but with the manner of one who puts a question to which he has authority to enforce an answer, "who sent you here?" The manner in which the question was put had its effect. The man, who was at first about to return some rough reply, became embarrassed and merely stammered out, "Who sent me here?" "Yes, I want to know. Don't attempt to make any noise, or I will hand you over to a policeman at once. You were sent here to make some disturbance. Who sent you?" This was all the purest conjecture on Bellarmin's part, but he could see in a moment that his shot had told. The appearance of drunkenness had already vanished. The man he was talking to had become perfectly sober. In any case, Bellarmin was carrying his point by merely keeping him in talk. "Who the devil are you, and what right have you to ask me any question? Are you the owner of this show?" "All that it concerns you to know," said Bellarmin, "is that I am able to have you in the lockup within the next 5 minutes, unless you give me your name and address, so that I may have you looked after, if there should be need. What were you sent here to do? Tell me at once." The man smiled a sort of apologetic smile. "Well, not much harm, after all, Governor. I was sent here to have a look after an old bloke and a boy." Bellarmin's mind was relieved. The man was evidently speaking sincerely, and had no notion that the supposed boy was not a boy. "And you were sent to get up a row?" "Well, yes, I was." "For what reason?" "Don't know, Governor. A German chap, who looked like a footman out of livery, came here 2 hours ago and saw me at the door of the drinking place here, and he got into talk with me, and asked me if I'd seen an elderly bloke and a boy, and I said no, I hadn't, and he said would I watch them and follow them and get up a row if he give me a quid, and I said yes, I would, and I got the quid, and I did my best to get up the row. Now, didn't I?" At this moment a policeman was passing out, whose face Bellarmin knew, and who recognized him. He was an officer who at one time used to attend in the House of Commons, and he made a most deferential semi-military salute as he passed Bellarmin. Bellarmin's present companion was deeply impressed, and began to think he was very lucky in getting out of the whole business, seeing that there were evidently important personages on the other side. "Yes, you did your best," Bellarmin said, "and you were near doing too much. You would have got yourself into terrible trouble, I can tell you. Now, I would recommend you to go quietly home. I believe your story. I believe you don't know who it was that wanted to get you into mischief." "Don't know from Adam, Governor, so help me." "Well, here's another sovereign for you, to get out of this at once. Give your name and address to this officer. You will take this man's name and address for me, officer, please." "Certainly, sir." Another semi-military salute. A large dirty hand opened and closed on Bellarmin's shining coin. That incident was happily over. Bellarmin, somewhat relieved, hurried after Falcon and Mary. He stood in the comparative darkness of the door, and he looked out. He saw, to his surprise, that Falcon was putting Miss Beaton into a heavy carriage, on the box of which he could see by the flashing lamps that a man was sitting, who seemed to him remarkably like a German servant of Lady Saxon's whom he sometimes, but rarely, saw at her London house. At once there came into his mind the thought of what he had just heard from the bribed disturber of order, about the German chap who looked like a footman. Mary appeared to be offering some remonstrance. "Why are we to go in this thing?" he distinctly heard her say in her clear voice, which now had a note of petulance in it. "I would rather go in a hansom as we came. Where did we get this thing?" "I tell you there is danger," Falcon said. "We can't go back the way we came." He was looking fearfully around him, as if afraid of listeners. "Do get in. I will tell you all." Mary got in. There were very few loungers about just now, for the entertainment inside was in full blast, and the hall had reclaimed all its audience. Bellarmin saw his bribed friend near. He was evidently going back to his seat. Bellarmin touched him. "Will you tell that gentleman, the elderly gentleman there at the carriage door, you know, that someone here wishes to speak to him for a moment before he goes?" Then Bellarmin retreated far back into the hall, quite out of sight of the carriage and its occupant. In a moment Falcon came striding in with an air of mingled impatience and alarm. "Mr. Bellarmin!" he exclaimed in anything but a tone of welcome. "I didn't know you were here." "I happened to be here. At least, I came here. I was told to come here. I don't quite know by whom or why, but anyhow I am here, and I don't want Miss Beaton to know it. I couldn't help just now hearing you say there was danger to her." Falcon contracted his brows. "I didn't know there was anyone listening," he said. Well, I didn't mean to listen, but I had pretty good reason to believe that some trap or other was laid for you by somebody, and I thought I might be of some service." "Oh?" Falcon's grim look relaxed a little. "You too," he laid stress on the "too," "you too thought there was some danger?" "I don't know about danger, but there are tricks of some kind going on. Well, this is all I want to say. We haven't time to say much now. Go home with Miss Beaton. I'll take a hansom and drive after you. She need never know." "Sir," Falcon said sternly, his looks recovering all their former harshness, "Miss Beaton needs no protection but that which her friends can give. I shall take care of her." "Come, come," Bellarmin said good-humoredly. "You can't offend me, General Falcon, and I hope I may count myself among Miss Beaton's friends. You will allow me to do this much. I dare say nothing will happen, but if anything should happen, why, I shall be there, and I am pretty well known to the police, as we say here, and I know I can be of some service to you. But, of course, Miss Beaton is not to know." Before he had finished the words, Falcon broke away with what sounded very like a muttered imprecation. When Bellarmin went to the door again, the carriage was driving off. Bellarmin jumped into the only hansom that was near the door, very likely the hansom which had brought Mary and Falcon, and which was to have taken them back, and he bade the driver follow the carriage and keep it well in view. Then he began to think things over. There was the anonymous letter which had sped him to the East End. There was the attempt to get up a row, an attempt promoted by a German chap. There was the carriage with a German chap on the box, in whom Bellarmin fully believed that he recognized one of Lady Saxon's servants. There was Falcon's sudden change of purpose and his declaration about danger. What did all this mean if fairly put together? Was there danger? And what could it be? Was there no danger greater than that of some spiteful device to get up a scandal and bring Mary into ridicule? Could Lady Saxon be malign enough to have any part in such a scheme? Was Falcon's alarm about real danger merely a sort of monomania with him? All this Bellarmin could not settle for himself with any amount of cogitation. The one thing certain was that somebody or other had got to know in advance of the East End expedition, and had tried to turn it to the advantage of some malignant purpose. Was it not possible that Lady Saxon might have come to know of some trick, some malicious sort of practical joke, and might have sent him the anonymous letter with the sincere and kindly purpose of giving him an opportunity of sheltering and serving Mary Beaton? Yes, that was possible, to be sure, but was it likely? What then about the German servant and the effort to get up a quarrel? Bellarmin felt much disturbed and distressed. To him, the only satisfactory thought about the whole affair was the thought that he was there, that he was following close behind her, that if anything unpleasant or alarming should happen, he would be much better able to take counsel for her and to take care of her than her devoted but rather eccentric adherent, General Falcon. Bellarmin followed the carriage through miles and miles of street. At last he had the satisfaction of seeing it stop at Mary's own door in Kensington. His cab drove slowly by. He saw Falcon get out and open the door with a latchkey. Then he saw Mary get out. At least, he was left to assume that it was Mary, for she was wrapped from head to foot in a great cloak, which completely concealed her boy's dress. He saw her enter the house. He heard the door close behind them. He saw the carriage drive away, and then he bade his cabman take him to St. James's Place. End of Volume 3, Chapter 6. Volume 3, Chapter 7 of The Rebel Rose by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, I Think I Shall Say Yes. Mary Beaton had a troublous time of it for several days after her unlucky expedition to the East End.
General Falcon was stranger than ever. He seemed rather to avoid her, but when they met, his eyes were wild and full of fear and foreboding. He hinted at dark possibilities, at scandal, even at personal danger to herself, and bade her keep closely the secret of their foolish escapade. He seemed completely shaken and nervous, and to be afraid of phantoms. He did all he could to prevent her from going out, and made her send excuses to several of the houses to which they were engaged. In truth, he did not wish her to run the chance of meeting Bellarmin. He felt angry, baffled, defeated. His clumsy plot had failed, and failed through Bellarmin. He saw no present opening for a fresh melodramatic scheme. He was in terror lest Mary should discover that such a scheme had existed, and in spite of Lady Saxon's professions of good faith, he was beginning to feel a keen distrust of her. He did not understand why Bellarmin had been at the music hall that evening, why his plot had so completely miscarried. Mary made merry with his tragic dejection. She still, by a determined effort, kept up an appearance of light-heartedness. She would not let even Falcon see that she was ashamed and unhappy. She would try to seem exactly as she had always been to everyone, to Bellarmin, if he should come to see her. It was some time since he had been to see her. She laughed at Falcon, and then, when they came near to a quarrel, she peremptorily silenced him. He had, during the last week or two, been giving her warnings of various undefined and terrible dangers menacing her, conspiracies, treasons, stratagems, and spoils. She made up her mind at last that she would take the opinion of some other counselor whom she could trust, not, of course, making any confession of the East End escapade. Mary was herself quite of opinion that the undignified freak should be buried in oblivion, but on the general subject of Falcon's continued alarms. She was delighted, therefore, when, in the very midst of a scene with Falcon, Lord Stonehenge was announced. She went up to him with both hands outstretched, and she made approach to her subject at once. "Lord Stonehenge," she said abruptly, looking up at him, her face all softened by girlish agitation, "you never scold me. I really believe that you are the only one of my close friends who never has scolded me. I am never afraid of you. I know you will always judge things at the best. No, everyone else scolds me, but only you alone." Stonehenge looked at her with an expression of indefinable emotion, pain and pity mingled, pain and pity, not for her, but for himself. True, he never scolded her. He never ventured to scold. He never felt in the mood for scolding. All that she did seemed well done to him. At least, he would not have allowed, in his innermost heart, an acknowledgment that anything she did could be aught but well done. At all events, well meant, nobly meant. And what did he get by all this? Evidently, it was only now, for the first time, that she had taken any very serious account of his unvarying tenderness for her, his patience in bearing with her, and she always showed more interest in others than in him. He could not help admiring Bellarmin sometimes for the courage with which he told the beautiful woman that she ought to have done this thing, or ought not to have done that. He admired this courage, recognized its truthfulness and its worth, but he could not imitate it, and he felt in his secret soul that Mary would have thought more of him if he could, and that the rebukes of others had more interest for her than all his submissive reverence and duty. "I ought to be more thankful and grateful to you than I am," she said ruefully. "But indeed, dear Lord Stonehenge, I am very, very grateful to you. When I give myself time to think about it—" Lord Stonehenge smiled a rather wan smile. She had put it quite truly, as he well knew. She was grateful to him when she gave herself time to think about it, to think about him. She did not very often give herself such time. That was clear. He might as well have been as old as General Falcon. Indeed, General Falcon evidently occupied much more of Mary's thoughts than he did. There was a lack of polarity as between Mary and Lord Stonehenge. He had not even for her the polarity of refrigeration, the quality of coldness which can be made under certain conditions to do the work of the lodestone.
One might have thought that English society and English public life could not furnish forth a more picturesque figure than that of Lord Stonehenge. He was young, he was remarkably handsome, he was the living head of a great and powerful family, which had never changed its English homestead since the Conquest. He was a devotee of Mary's own political faith, and a full believer in all her claims and the traditions of her household, and the earnest daily prayer of most of the relatives and friends at home and abroad who took a really rational interest in her was that she might fall in love with Lord Stonehenge and marry him. Despite all this, despite what had passed between them, she was never able to feel much real interest in him. She liked him very much. She trusted to him implicitly in all matters where friendship could serve her. She had almost unlimited confidence in his judgment. But his coming or his going never set one of her pulses stirring or flushed her cheek. "And I am so glad you have come today, Lord Stonehenge. General Falcon has been trying to frighten me out of all my present plans and projects by assuring me that I am the victim, or at least that I am the object, of a fearful conspiracy." "Conspiracy of whom and about what?" asked Lord Stonehenge in alarm. "About me, nothing less. Is it not sweetly romantic? I almost wish it were true." "But who are the conspirators, and what are they conspiring to do?" "That you had better ask Falcon. He can tell you all the story. If he is as ready to tell it to you as he has lately been ready to tell it to me, you will have no difficulty in learning everything that is to be known." General Falcon looked much vexed, and made no effort to conceal his vexation. "I told Madame," he said in a harsh, low voice, "what I believed it good for her to know and right for her to know. I did not intend to tell it to every stranger." "Madame does not look on me as a stranger," Lord Stonehenge said firmly, almost sternly. "Certainly not, Lord Stonehenge. I look on you as one of my very best and nearest friends." "As Madame pleases," Falcon said. "Then Madame had better tell for herself to Lord Stonehenge what she wishes Lord Stonehenge to know. May I take my leave, Madame?" Mary nodded assent, and Falcon left the room. "I don't know what is coming over my trusty Falcon," Mary said, and she looked distressed as she said it. "He has become so changed and odd in manner. I am sure he must be ill." "He has very much changed to me," Lord Stonehenge said. "We used to be great friends once. Now he seems to dislike me or distrust me. I haven't the least notion why. But tell me, what are these conspiracies of which he has been talking?" "Oh, folly! Absurdity! I am sure of it. I am almost ashamed to talk about such things. I wish I hadn't said anything, Lord Stonehenge. I think my poor Falcon was right enough to be displeased with me for saying anything about what he told me. Still, as he did tell you something, apparently to put you on your guard, I think some of your friends ought to be allowed to know. Some of us could judge perhaps better than he. We know London better, at all events." Mary laughed a joyous little laugh. "General Falcon has taken it into his head," she said, "that I have some powerful and unscrupulous enemies who want to harm me, and who are scheming and planning for such work." "To harm you? How?" "Well, he insists that my life is in danger." "Your life in danger? Here in London? Oh, come! That is his story. For a long time he only tried to make me believe that the house was in danger of being attacked by robbers, burglars, that it had got abroad somehow that I used to keep a lot of jewelry and gold and so forth here, and that he had actually found out a plan for the robbing of the house some evening or night when he and I should both be absent. Well, there is nothing very unlikely in that. I should say he was about right there. What did you do?" "I believe he gave some information to the police, and I think he had most of the jewels put into the care of the bank. But I wouldn't have them all stowed away, for I am very fond of some of my jewels, and I like to wear them and to look at them. You know what children we women always remain, Lord Stonehenge, and I could not live if I had not some of my pretty things to play with. And so I wouldn't quite give in to my faithful Falcon. Now he has dropped the burglar plots, and tells me of a dark conspiracy to carry me off and bury me in a dungeon somewhere, like the man with the iron mask, I suppose, or even to kill me. That certainly was what he hinted at pretty broadly just now, when I lost patience and made my appeal to you." Lord Stonehenge was silent for a moment or two. This was an amazing story, but, after all, it was not absolutely outside the range of possibility. At all events, Miss Beaton's friends must not dismiss it without some examination. "Does he know who the enemies are?" "Great people, he says," Mary answered composedly. "People with all manner of influence." "Why are they your enemies?" "Some because they consider my claim a danger and an insult to this reigning family, and others, Falcon says, because they don't like me personally. Women, I suppose," Mary added with a smile and a glance of pardonable satisfaction at the looking-glass. "The first idea," Lord Stonehenge said gravely, "is altogether absurd and out of the question. Dismiss it from your mind at once, madame. It does not belong to our English life or to our English ways at all. There is a social atmosphere, you know, as well as a physical atmosphere, surrounding us all, out of which we can't live, and that social atmosphere makes Falcon's conspiracies absolutely impossible among people like us in England. Falcon has lived too long out of this country. He has lost touch of its realities. The second, the private and personal enmities, well, I should at first be inclined to put that too out of the question. But after all, it is possible, just possible, there might be some foundation for such a fear. Anyhow, I should like to ask Falcon something about it, if he would tell me. Does he know who the enemies are?" "I didn't ask him. I didn't care much about the whole thing. I don't get frightened easily." Just at this moment a card was handed to Miss Beaton. She blushed slightly as she saw the name, and there was a certain expression of timidity very unusual with her in the look which she turned on Lord Stonehenge. "Mr. Bellarmin," she said, "should we talk to him about all this? I don't know. It is better not. He would not care." He was surprised at her nervousness, and looked at her with melancholy eagerness. The explanation came to him with a darting pang. If she were merely indifferent to Bellarmin's opinion, would she show this hesitation about consulting him, this doubt of his interest, of which surely, at Stonehenge Park, he had given sufficient proof? His manner was constrained as he answered, "I think you do Mr. Bellarmin injustice. I am sure that he would care very much about anything concerning you, and then we look to him as one of our political allies. It would be better that he should know." "Very well," she said. "Tell him what I have just told you." Her manner of greeting Bellarmin was very different from the way in which she had welcomed Lord Stonehenge. There was in it none of that frank friendliness. It seemed to Lord Stonehenge that her face, which had been so soft and gentle a minute ago, became suddenly troubled and a little defiant. The young man, too, was not so frank and friendly and outspoken as was usual with him. He looked grave and somewhat embarrassed, and unlike himself. Lord Stonehenge felt certain that he would have been different had he found Mary alone. In a kind of grim generosity he tried to put Bellarmin at his ease, and told him at once of Mary's perplexities and Falcon's forebodings. There was a curious eagerness in Bellarmin's manner of receiving the story. He took it in a very different way from Lord Stonehenge's. Mary was quite surprised. She had expected that he would merely laugh at the whole thing as a vain imagining of General Falcon's, but he did not. "There may be much more in this than you think," he said. "There may be a great deal in it. I should be very sorry indeed to disregard it or treat it as utterly unfounded. Tell me, you have not seen any indication of sudden lack of intelligence, anything of an alarmist kind about General Falcon of late? Anything that would make you believe or suppose that his intellect was less clear, less firmly poised than before?" Mary gave him a quick, anxious, almost angry look. The same thought, the same fear had been in her own mind, had entered it some time ago, but she would not confess her fear. With an odd feminine contradictoriness, she resented Bellarmin's suggesting it. "Mr. Bellarmin, how can you ask such a question? Why, you are 10 times worse of an alarmist than my poor old Falcon. I had rather the whole air I breathe were flavored with conspiracies against me than fancy for a moment that Falcon was losing his senses. This is dreadful. I'll not call any more counselors to advise me. The next question would probably be whether I can observe any growing signs of insanity in myself. Still, I would ask, Bellarmine persisted, whether you have seen any symptoms, ever so slight, of a change of this kind in General Falcon. Bellarmine looked keenly at her as he asked. None whatever, not the slightest. He is always distressing himself about me, one way or another. He is very fond of me, of course, and I dare say London hours don't agree with him. He is an old man, you know. We didn't keep such hours at Schwalbenstadt. Sitting up late at night and rushing about and all that must upset an old man's nerves and temper. It upsets mine. He was satisfied with her answer. That is just what I expected, he said, and what I am glad to hear. No, this is no monomaniac idea on Falcon's part. We may be sure there is something which he knows and which we do not know. One other question, madame. This recent disclosure, or hint, or whatever we may call it, about the personal enemies was never made before? Before when, Mr. Bellarmine? Well, let me see. Was not made, for example, before the latter part of last week? She paused for a moment and collected her thoughts, remembering that it was just before they started on their masquerading expedition that Falcon had spoken most wildly and incoherently of a plot against her, and of unscrupulous and dangerous enemies. Yes, that is quite true, she said, a little surprised. Not made before last Thursday? No. How did you know? He did not answer her question. I am trying to fix a time, he said. I am trying to connect things. I don't see the connection, Mary said rather scornfully. Madame, Bellarmine said after a moment of silence, so far as my advice is worth anything, it is given entirely in support of General Falcon's remonstrance. Remonstrance? Mary exclaimed in a sudden outburst of temper. Remonstrance, Mr. Bellarmine? What do you mean? Remonstrance with whom? Against what? Remonstrance, Bellarmine said gravely, with one who is placed in a conspicuous and perhaps a very dangerous position, and is too fearless or careless always to take proper precautions. Ridiculous! She exclaimed. You are just as bad as he. Do you think I am going to immure myself like a girl in a nunnery? Am I a bird to be kept in a cage? Do you suppose I can spend all my life in the exclusive companionship of General Falcon and Lady Struthers? Lord Stonehenge, you don't want me to make a prisoner of myself because of Falcon's nonsense about plots and conspirators, masks, I suppose, and daggers, and bowls of poison? Lord Stonehenge was much surprised at Bellarmine's way of treating Falcon's supposed revelations. He had never expected that a careless young man of the world would see anything substantial in such stories. He was full sure that Bellarmine would join with Mary in pronouncing them utterly ridiculous. What surprised him, too, was that there seemed to be something of a common understanding or a common misunderstanding between Mary Beaton and Bellarmine. There were allusions, glancing from one to the other, which had evidently some sort of meaning for each of the two, but no meaning whatever for him. Why was Miss Beaton suddenly angry with Bellarmine? Why did she blush and turn away? Meantime, Bellarmine, turning towards the angry girl, saw her make an impatient movement of her head in Lord Stonehenge's direction. It said, as clearly as any words could have put it, "Get him out of the way." "I would suggest," said Bellarmine, "that Lord Stonehenge should see General Falcon at once and talk to him. I would offer to go myself, but I know Falcon wouldn't, on any conditions, admit me to his fullest confidence." "I'll go and find him," Lord Stonehenge said in a rather depressed tone. He was in a mood of doubt and dissatisfaction. He could not understand how things were going. He was puzzled by Miss Beaton and by Bellarmine as well as by General Falcon. The moment he had left the room, Mary broke out, "I don't understand you, Mr. Bellarmine. Don't tell me that you believe in all this stuff about conspiracies and gunpowder plots. Don't tell me that you believe in the story about some wicked woman of rank wanting to kill me because she thinks me younger and better looking than she is. You don't believe anything of the kind, yet you back up Falcon, and I know you have some meaning in it. I am only thankful that you didn't make your meaning known to Lord Stonehenge." "You are angry with me," Bellarmin began, in a voice very different from that which he had used when Lord Stonehenge was in the room. "Yes, I am indeed very angry. You seemed as if you had a right to cross-question me like a prisoner." "Prisoners are not cross-questioned," he said, with a supplicating smile, "at least in this country." "Well, I don't care, like somebody who is suspected of having done wrong and having an account to render." "I think you have done wrong," he said. "How? Why? When? You were speaking of something that happened last week, the latter part of last week. What happened the latter part of last week?" "Can't you guess what I was thinking of?" "I can't. I don't want to guess. And there is nothing to guess at, and you couldn't possibly have known." "I do know. I saw." "Oh, no, no, you didn't. You couldn't. You were not there. You were not. You were not." "I was there, and I did see." "Oh!" She put her hand over her eyes, and then, recovering herself in a moment, she calmly confronted him and asked, "What did you see? What are we speaking of? Do we understand each other?" "Madame, we do, perfectly." "What did I see? I saw the daughter of the Stuarts in the public room of an East End music hall. I saw the woman on whom the eyes of all London society are fixed, and on whom the eyes of at least half of London society are fixed in hard, unfavorable, unpitying criticism. I saw this lady in an East End music hall, and in the dress of a boy." Bellarmin had intended this climax for an utterly overpowering effect. He had meant it for the friendly cruelty which wounds to the very quick, in order that it may all the more surely heal. The result was not exactly what he had anticipated. Whether Mary's volatile feelings underwent a change through pure nervous reaction, or whether his manner was rather too portentously solemn, or whether something in her memory brought humorous association with it, the effect was that Miss Beaton flung herself into a long, low chair, and, covering indeed her face with her kerchief, burst into a silvery peal of the most genuine and unaffected laughter. "Oh, then you were there?" she asked, when she was able to find words. "You really were there in that dreadful place, and you did see me, and you recognized me, although I thought I was wearing my boy's clothes so well that the keenest eye could not make me out." "Well, now tell me, how did I look? Come, no malice. Did the dress become me? How did I look?" "I am afraid I was not thinking of how you looked just at that moment," he began solemnly. "Were you not? How strange! But when your astonishment had cleared off a little, surely you must have thought of it then." "Oh yes, I'm sure you did. I did make a pretty boy, now didn't I? I did look well." "I can admire in a burlesque actress what I am unable to admire in a Stuart princess." "Mr. Bellarmin, you are as solemn as Lady Struthers, and just now you look to me quite as old. You tell me of the awful dignity that should surround a Stuart princess. Don't you remember that Mary Stuart more than once dressed herself up in the costume of a soldier of the guard? She was not merely a princess, but a reigning queen, and I am only a sort of embryo claimant at the best. Come, don't take it all too solemnly." Bellarmin could not help feeling vexed at Miss Beaton's way of taking the matter, and no doubt his face told plainly what he felt. He remained silent. She turned and looked at him. "You are angry with my mirthful mood," Mary said to him quietly. "But take comfort, Mr. Bellarmin. The mood of mirth is not likely to last a very long time." Indeed, it had passed away already. Mary got up abruptly from her seat and went to the window and stood there looking vacantly out on the trees. She was silent. He feared he had offended her, and his heart was pained at the thought. "Are you angry with me?" he asked imploringly. She turned to him, and he saw that her eyes were full of tears. He hated himself for the moment. "No, I am not angry," she said very gently. "At least, I am not angry with you, but I am distressed. I should like you of all men to think well of me, Mr. Bellarmin, and I don't see how you can think well of me now." There was almost childlike simplicity in her words and her tone, which went to his very heart. "Miss Beaton, oh, I beg of you," he began. "Who could know anything of you and not think well of you? And I know so much about you, about your goodness, more than you think. Why, there is not a woman on earth I hold fit to be named in the same breath with you. Why, it is for just that reason, only that I ventured—" He was becoming confused. He was afraid of saying too much, was afraid he had already said too much. But she did not seem to notice his words. "I am always doing wrong things," she said in a plaintive voice. "I turn my best friends against me." "No friend you have who is not devoted to you in heart and soul," he exclaimed. "You never could lose a friend." "Think," she spoke passionately, and not heeding his words, "how much alone I am in all this, and how like a prisoner I feel sometimes. I may not do this thing and that and the other. I must let no one come near me, must have no particular liking for anyone. I have nothing to look out to. If one were a queen, one might have some motive for enduring it all. But what motive have I? And what hope have I? To live on in this way alone, or, much worse than being alone, to marry someone for whom I care nothing, but whom my advisers and the people in Schwalbenstadt think I ought to marry?" "But why obey these people?" Bellarmin said in hot impatience. "Why sacrifice your youth, your life, to their ideas? There are those who love you, love you, love you. There must be someone whom you will love." She looked up at him, quite startled. He saw that in her eyes, which he had never yet seen, and a sudden blush came over her, and she drooped her eyes, and then she turned to the window again. "Oh, do not let us speak any more about this," she said. But the wild hope that had flashed up in Bellarmin's heart could not die down so soon. The fire that her telltale blush and look had lighted there could not so easily be extinguished. Never for a moment had he ventured to dream of the hope which that sudden glance had now made real. "No, no, I can't stop now," he exclaimed. "Madame, Mary, you know what I am going to say. It must be said. I love you. Oh, forgive me. It is no fault of yours. You can't help it. You didn't mean it. You didn't encourage it. But all the same, I love you." He took her hand. She did not attempt to withdraw it, but she kept her eyes away from his. Her passiveness disarmed him. He made no attempt to draw nearer to her. He only held her hand in his. There was a moment of silence, a silence to him almost appalling. Then she said quietly, and there was a pathos in her tone which almost soothed him, "Mr. Bellarmin, you know that this is impossible." "I suppose it is," he answered in a subdued voice. "I could not expect you, of course. I am only a struggling beginner in politics. I have no money." "It is not that," she said decisively. "No? Then is it simply that you don't care for me?" There was another silence. Then she said in the lowest of tones the one word, "No." He was confused and puzzled. "Do you mean," he asked imploringly, "that you don't care for me, or that is not the reason?" She drew her hand away now, very gently though. "That is not the reason," she said. "Then you do care for me?" All his veins seemed filled with running fire. "I think I do. Yes, I know I do," she answered simply and sweetly. "You are more to me than anyone else. I am not sorry you have told me this, that you love me. Are you sure that you really do love me?" "Oh, am I sure?" he exclaimed, and he could not get any farther. His voice had passionate sincerity enough in it to convince the most skeptical woman. "I am glad," she said, "although it is selfish of me, for nothing can come of this, I suppose. It is impossible, is it not?" "I am not thinking of that now. I am not thinking of anything possible or impossible, but just of this, that you know I love you, and you are not angry with me, and you tell me that you do in some sort of way care for me." "It's not in any sort of way," she said. "I do care for you. I do admire you. I don't like to say any more, since nothing can come of it, but—" She was turning now to him and looking straight into his eyes and standing like one who felt herself a queen. I would marry you, Mr. Bellarmin, if I could. There. Think when I have said that whether I care for you or not." Bellarmin felt for the moment positively humbled by the very pride of his discovery. To think that this glorious creature, all youth and loveliness, with her illustrious past and bewildering present, should turn to him with love, should single him out. Oh, what had he done, or what was he, to deserve one moment of such happiness? He looked up to her, and there were tears glittering in his eyes. She saw them, and she put her kerchief to her own eyes. "Come," she said, "we must not say any more about this just now. Lord Stonehenge will be coming in. Come to me to-morrow, will you? And we will talk over this like a rational man and woman." He went away almost without a word. He felt so strangely humbled in his wonderful happiness. Was he treading on air when he left the house? Were angels walking with him and buoying his steps? And what was all the commonplace noise of the street but a mighty and beautiful chorus of joy and thanksgiving? Mary stood quite still by the window when he had left her, and she too felt that the whole earth was changed, and that heaven was kind. Tears, which were not of sadness, made her eyes large and soft and sweet. Her heart was filled with sacred and tender emotion. She thought of her mother. The benignant face of the Holy Mother above the altar seemed to smile upon her. All that was pure and womanly and reverent within her swelled and moved her to gentle ecstasy. The singing of the birds, the bees' hum, the rustling of the beech branches, all seemed to say, "He loves you," and to unite in a joyous cry of "Tomorrow." She did not know that Falcon had come back till he stood beside her, and his harsh voice broke the spell. "Lord Stonehenge is gone," he said. Mary started, and her full sweet eyes met his. "General," she said, "I have something to tell you. Mr. Bellarmin has asked me to marry him, and I have not told him yet, but I think I shall say yes." End of Volume 3, Chapter 7. Volume 3, Chapter 8 of The Rebel Rose by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, A Stroke of Hate and Treason. Lady Saxon's carriage stopped at Mary Beaton's door on the following morning. She sent in one of her prettily worded, imperious little notes, begging that Mary would see her on a matter of some importance, and she was admitted to the young Pretendress. Lady Saxon's manner when she came in was full of frank, smiling audacity. This was her way when she had a point to gain and a blow to strike. She preferred, when she could, to strike her blows in the open, and the defiant gleam in her eyes, the almost insolent carriage of her superb head, with its gold coronal of hair showing beneath her bonnet, the glittering hardness of her smile, made the girl recoil instinctively as she rose to greet her visitor, and gave her the feeling that she was facing an enemy. Mary had been sitting wrapped in her dream of love, tremulous, a little excited and restless and uneasy too. Falcon's strange grim manner of receiving the news she told him perplexed her. His silence, which was like the silence of desperation, troubled and grieved her. This was not from any definite fear that he might forbid and prevent her marriage with Bellarmin. She knew that his powers as her guardian were limited, and that in a few months, when she was 21, they would come to an end. But she believed in his real affection for her, and to cause him pain, to wound him in his dearest devotion, was grievous to her. She would rather that he had hurled violent reproaches upon her, would rather almost that he had ill-treated her in his anger. She had a feeling that she had given the old man his death blow. She told herself remorsefully that it must be like a sentence of death to him to learn that the last of the Stuarts had resolved to link her great name with that of a mere modern London politician of no solid reputation, a hanger-on of the Hanoverian dynasty, a man of no historic lineage, no fortune, no real claim to distinction, except, Mary said proudly to herself, the claim of having made her love him. Oh, there was more. She could not have loved him had he not been brave, loyal, and noble in heart and conduct, like one of the old knights she liked to think of. This was his claim, and our poor proud princess felt a certain glory of renunciation and surrender, a glow of sweet exultation at the thought of what she was giving to him, of what he had had the courage to win, at the thought that his knightship of nature would balance all her own shadowy claims to royalty, all her historic greatness, her ancestral inheritance, that she was giving all this to him, and that he was giving to her what was of far greater worth, so she told herself now, modern practical energy and talent, the career of a 19th century Englishman, and all the old virtues as well, truth, stainless loyalty, perfect devotion. Lady Saxon seated herself at Mary's invitation. She fixed her large eyes, which were unnaturally bright, on the girl's face, and began in an odd, abrupt manner, without any prelude. "Miss Beaton, I am going to do a rather unconventional thing. But I am a woman, people say, who is given to doing unconventional things. I am going to make a confidence to you. I am going to tell you something about myself. Do you mind?" Mary hesitated. She had never liked Lady Saxon. She did not wish to be taken into her confidence. Something told her that the confidence would not be of a kind with which she could sympathize. "I don't see, Lady Saxon, how it could be of any use. We are so different, you and we should be sure to see things differently. I think it would be far wiser to tell it to some other woman who would understand you and your world better than I do." "No," said Lady Saxon. "That is the very reason why I have come to you. Yes, you and I are women of two opposite types. We each represent a different order of things. You are of the old type. I am of the new. You represent the noblesse oblige idea, and she gave her shoulders an expressive shrug. "I do not. Frank, is it not? But I never pretended that I was of noble birth. I haven't any chivalric traditions. Of course, we see things differently. That is just the reason why we should meet, as woman to woman." Mary looked at Lady Saxon with a kind of wandering dignity. She was at once moved and repelled by the woman's curious appeal, and by a certain ring of suppressed feeling in Lady Saxon's voice. "Still," she said, "I don't understand why you should come to me." "I am going to make you a confidence, as from woman to woman," said Lady Saxon slowly. "We will talk about the why afterwards. There is a man who, a few weeks ago, was wildly, madly in love with me — is still, I have every reason to believe. One hears a great deal about the fickleness of men, but a man doesn't change his whole nature in 6 weeks. Since he cannot be my lover, he will not be my friend. It is women of your type, not mine, who inspire the pale, medieval, thin-blooded kind of attachment. In a fit of pique, or let us say of stained glass sentiment, he is on the point of proposing to a girl of higher rank and fortune than his own, whom he admires, but does not love as he loves me. I am very fond of him," said Lady Saxon, looking straight at Mary with her bright, fixed gaze, so that the girl's eyes drooped, "though I cannot love him in the way that he wishes." A deep, painful blush came over Mary Beaton's face. As she looked up, her brows were puckered with pain, and she still kept her eyes away from Lady Saxon. "But you are married," she said in a low voice. "Yes, I am married," repeated Lady Saxon. She rose from her chair as she spoke, and moved a little back from Mary. "Do you think that because I am married, I am above all womanly weaknesses?" she said. Again there was that peculiar intensity in her voice. Mary rose as well, and the two women stood fronting each other. An icy hand seemed to have been laid upon Mary's bosom, though her mind had not yet grasped directly the bearing of Lady Saxon's words. She had only a vague, chill feeling that they boded ill to her. Lady Saxon deliberately unfolded a letter she had in her hand and held it out to Mary. "If you read this," she said, "you will understand everything, and you will be able to advise me what to do." Mary shrank involuntarily, but she took the letter in a bewildered way and looked at the first page. She knew the stiff, rather large note paper which bore the stamp of the House of Commons. She seemed to know the writing, too, though she did not identify it at all or connect it with herself. She had only received one or two notes of a very formal kind from Bellarmin, and this, the fateful letter, of which the young man had repented sorely since, had been dashed off at night under the influence of excitement and impulsive feeling, and was in a freer, bolder, more reckless hand than that he usually wrote. The wording was plain, unmistakably plain. The ardent expressions of love stood out before Mary's eyes like letters of fire. She read a sentence or two. There was no mistaking their tenor. A sudden horrible dread seized her. She flushed a still deeper crimson and thrust the letter hastily back. "I don't want to read it," she exclaimed. "It is not fit that I should. I have no advice to give about such a thing as that." "As you please," Lady Saxon replied coolly. "It would be to your advantage all the same to read that letter, Miss Beaton, for it was written only 6 weeks ago by, as you see, Rolfe Bellarmin." She had dexterously turned the paper and held it before Mary's eyes in such a manner that, however much she might have wished to avoid looking at it, the girl was forced to see the clear, bold signature, Rolfe Bellarmin, and above the signature more passionate lovers' words, which in the quick glance, almost instantly averted, burnt themselves upon Mary's brain. She turned white as death and stood very still and straight, with eyes that seemed as though they had seen a ghost. But it was only for a few seconds that Lady Saxon had the triumph of feeling that her own sufferings were in part avenged. If Lady Saxon possessed the courage of temperament, Mary Beaton had the courage of race. She braced herself to the effort and met Lady Saxon's malign smile with a look of unflinching steadiness. "The fact that the letter was written by Mr. Bellarmin does not make it a concern of mine, Lady Saxon," she said very quietly, with lips that did not tremble, "except that, since he is a friend of mine, I am sorry he should be unhappy. We will not talk about the letter any more. I am sorry that you should have had the trouble of bringing it here, and that I should be so unable to give you the sympathy and advice you did me the honor to ask for." And then she turned to a table near and took from it a large and beautiful panel photograph of herself which lay there. "This came from Arntt's today," she said. "I hope that you will think it good, and that you will accept it from me. I remember that you asked me to give you a photograph of myself not long ago, and I had none which you liked. Shall I write my name on it?" She went to the writing table and with an unfaltering hand wrote "Mary Stuart Beaton" in the space at the bottom of the picture. Lady Saxon thanked her and admired the photograph, and then bade her good bye. She paused a moment just as she was leaving the room, and looked back with a curious expression on her face at the stately girl in her clinging draperies, standing very erect with her head a little raised. "You are a brave woman, madame," she said, "and I admire you, and perhaps I understand you better than you imagine. When next Rolfe Bellarmin talks radicalism and progressive Toryism to me, I shall tell him that there is something in the noblesse oblige idea after all." As Lady Saxon drove away, she saw a hansom dash up and Rolfe Bellarmin descend from it. There was a look of eager hope and boyish happiness on his face which scarcely faded as he raised his hat to her, though in truth, at the sight of her, a curious little shudder passed over him. It was not a good omen to see Lady Saxon at his princess's door. Mary had given orders earlier in the day that Bellarmin was to be admitted at once to her presence, and she had not countermanded them, so he was taken straight to the boudoir. He did not know the room well. It was not Mary's habit to receive ordinary callers there. It was broken up with screens and draperies, and the blinds were partially drawn, giving the impression that the daylight had been purposely excluded as from a chamber of mourning. At first he did not think that she could be in the room, for there was no sign or sound of greeting when the footman announced his name. He stood in an uncertain way in the middle of the floor and laid his hat down, and then he became aware somehow that Mary was on a couch near the fireplace and that she had her face turned away. It seemed almost as though she were in grief and perplexity and did not want him to see that she had been crying or to speak to him till she was composed again. He went towards her with both hands outstretched in eager anxiety. "Madame," he exclaimed, "oh, is anything wrong?" Mary stood up and came towards him, but she did not put her hands in his, as he had fondly fancied that she would do. He had lain awake all night, picturing to himself the glad emotion of that meeting. And now the hour he had so longed for had come, and she had no gladness or sweetness for him. She was pale, strange, constrained, struggling, he could see, to keep down what she was feeling. Was it sorrow, or was it anger and scorn? Oh, surely not that. What had he done to deserve that? Yet the look she turned on him had in it a kind of outraged majesty. He grew very pale and drew back a little. "Tell me, what have I done?" he asked in a low, pained tone. "Is everything changed since yesterday? Did it all mean nothing? And I was so happy and so proud," he added with deep, poignant reproach, "for you had said that you cared for me. Was it all a mistake? I had no right then to dream of such happiness?" "You had no right," she said slowly, with her eyes down, and then she suddenly looked up at him, and her eyes, indignant, large, and smarting with gathered tears, burned into Bellarmin's very heart. "Why did you come to me?" she said with a wave of passion. "Were there not others that you should come to me?" The bewildered young man could only stare at her, a horrible suspicion breaking in upon him. Mary made a rapid step or two, and stood with her face to the darkened window, evidently fighting against the storm of feeling within her. Presently she turned to him and said in an altered tone and with a certain proud frankness, "Mr. Bellarmin, you told me yesterday that you loved me, and you asked me to be your wife. I was weak and foolish enough to think for a little while that it might be, and that I could love you and give myself to you. I made a great mistake. You are not the man whom I could love, or to whom I would give myself. I told you to come to me for my answer, and that is my answer." She made a gesture as if she would have dismissed him there and then. She wanted him to go. She could not be dignified and gently determined with him as she had been with Sir Victor Champion. There seemed a kind of mockery in the similarity between the two cases. Both had been bidden to come to her for an answer, and of both, before the answer could be given, had the same story been told. Was it to be her fate always to play a humiliating second to Lady Saxon? Must every suitor of hers have been Lady Saxon's victim? But in her fine scorn Mary drew a subtle distinction between that early episode, the amour at which Falcon had hinted, commonplace, horrible, contemptible, yet not so contemptible, she fancied, as this. Oh, if it had been any other man, and not Bellarmin, who had so loyal a face! Why did he not go? Why did he stand there, silent, dazed looking? If he stayed and questioned her and went on gazing at her with that manly appeal in his eyes, she knew that she must break down and betray herself past recall. And of what use were explanations and recriminations now? Had she not lowered herself enough? Had he not humiliated her enough in leading her on to confess her love? Oh, no, no, this man, who 6 weeks ago would have been Lady Saxon's lover, was no mate for her. This was not the man to whom she, Mary Stuart Beaton, would have proudly given herself. He did not surely understand what it was that he dared to ask for. Did he think that she was to be bought with a 6 weeks' warm devotion and a heart with which Lady Saxon had played battledore and shuttlecock? The fierce contempt which swelled up in her bosom seemed to gather in an hysterical lump in her throat and almost to strangle her. "It will be better for you to leave me now," she said very low. "I have nothing more to say, no other answer." But Bellarmin would not submit so tamely. He went close up to her his face very white and set, and his eyes brave and earnest. "I don't question your right to make that decision, madame," he said. "I never dared to hope till yesterday that there could be any other. I knew very well that I wasn't good enough for you, but I think I have a right to, after yesterday, to know why you tell it me like this. If things really were as you let me think they were yesterday," and his voice faltered and softened with infinite tenderness, "then I think you should do me and yourself the justice to tell me why they have changed so suddenly." "I cannot tell you," said Mary. "If you do not know, you must know why you should not have come to me." "Yes," he said, after a moment's silence, "I do know." For at that moment the face of Lady Saxon seemed somehow to come up before his eyes. He saw her as he had just seen her when he was at Mary's door, and there was a smile of malign satisfaction on her lips, and he knew all. A whole flood of light was poured in upon him. Many things of which he had only vaguely thought before were clear to him now. He knew that he had an enemy, and that Mary had the same enemy, and he knew that his soul had been prophetic when it warned him of evil to come from the wild letter he had written to Lady Saxon. "Oh, you do know?" Mary said, and a new blush came over her face, and there was a ring of pain and scorn in her voice. "Yes. Lady Saxon has been with you?" Mary nodded assent without speaking. "And she has told you something about me which has changed you to me?" In the faintest voice, and with her head partly turned away, Mary answered, "Yes." "She has shown you a letter from me?" "She has. I didn't read it all. I didn't want to read any of it, but she insisted on showing me part of it. Oh, and it was enough, enough, and I didn't know who had written it at first, or why she wanted me to see it, and she told me who it was, and she made me see her name, and that is all, Mr. Bellarmin, and it is enough for you and for me. There, we need not speak of it any more. She is a wicked and cruel woman. She is a traitress to you, and an unprovoked enemy to me. I am sorry for you, Mr. Bellarmin, from my very heart, but there, it is all over." "And can you really cast me off in this unpitying way because of one act of folly, because I allowed myself to be made for one moment the victim of a woman like that? Can you make no allowances? Oh, have you no pity?" "Pity? Oh, yes, my friend, I have indeed. I feel for you. And do you think I don't feel for myself? But all the pity in the world wouldn't make you what I so fondly believed you were." "What did you fondly believe I was that I am not now?" he asked with something like anger in his voice. "My lover," she said sweetly and simply. "My own true lover, not the confessed lover of a woman who has had, oh, so many, such odious loves. No, it is a cruel disappointment, Mr. Bellarmin, and a cruel calamity. Yes, to you, I admit it, as well as to me. But there it is, and we must meet it. The man I would have loved — oh, let me speak it out plainly now, for this once — the man I loved doesn't exist now. He is gone, and you stand in his place, and you are not my Ralph Bellarmin, my hero, my lover." She let her arms fall as with the gesture of one who would signify that all is over. He felt stabbed to the heart. "I submit," he said, after a moment of deep silence. "I don't complain. I don't make any appeal to you, Mary. I accept my sentence. I have deserved it. It is right I should bear it. No, I am not the man who should be your lover. You are right. I am not worthy of you. I seem to myself only like something impure as I stand near you. Well, I will go." Yet he did not move. He stood looking at her, perhaps in some faint hope even still that she would take pity and bid him stay. She looked suddenly up and saw his appealing eyes fixed on her. She shook her head sadly. "Yes, you must go," she said. She turned away like one physically tired, and sat on a sofa a little distance away. He moved towards her some steps. He took her hand. He seemed about to press it to his lips, but she suddenly withdrew it and covered her eyes with it. He gave a low cry of pain. "Good God!" he exclaimed. "Do you believe me unworthy even to touch your hand? "Oh, no," Mary said earnestly. "Forgive me. I hardly knew at the time." She gave him her hand again. "Goodbye." "Forever?" he asked despairingly. "Forever, yes. We may have to meet, of course, but—" "Yes, I understand. I am heavily punished, but I am not disputing the justice of the punishment. Still, only think of it, Mary. Think of what I might have had and what I have lost. And listen. I have not been so bad as you think, perhaps. It was only that one absurd letter. It was nothing more than that. Oh, you must understand me. You must understand what I mean. It was only a moment of folly, nothing more, nothing." "I had thought of you as such a hero," she said with a strange, pathetic smile. "And now you are only like other men. Oh, why did you ever make love to me?" She broke down at last. She burst into a passion of tears. Perhaps if he had seized her hand then and kissed it, and poured out his penitence to her, and told her of his unalterable love for her and her alone, she might have relented even then and taken him to her heart. But he would not. He had his own pride and his own sensitiveness. And while he admitted his wrongdoing, he had yet a sense of wrong done to him, of a punishment meted out to him far beyond the measure of his fault. And he would not ask for pardon. He would not plead any more for pity. "I am so much ashamed," she said, and she writhed in the mere pain of her humiliation. "But I couldn't help it. I did love you so much. And I thought so much of you. And it was all only an illusion and a disappointment, and I should like to be alone, please. There, let us shake hands this once more." He took her hand and pressed it lightly, and then she drew it away. It was very cold and tremulous as he held it for that one short half moment. He moved towards the door. He paused a moment, thinking, perhaps, that she might say something, but she did not speak, and he left her without a word. She heard him go downstairs. Then she ran to the window like an uncontrollable girl and looked out to see him depart. Will he look back? She was thinking. No, he did not look back. He went doggedly on his way. She returned to her sofa, and she buried her head in its pillows and sobbed as if her heart would break. Bellarmin hurried away from the house. He did not quite know where to turn to. He had a vague longing to be alone somewhere, to let his feelings have their full way. Piercing through all the pangs of his rejection by Mary, there came every now and then the thought of Lady Saxon's treachery. So then she had betrayed him. She had come between his love and him. Mary would have given herself to him but for Lady Saxon. She had lured him and led him on to write that fatal letter which she had used as a spell to blight his life. Little he thought in that moment of the House of Commons, and of his parliamentary career, and of the crisis that had come, and the rising political flood which might be expected to float him up to success. He was thinking only that he had lost Mary Beaton, and had lost her through Lady Saxon. In the bitterness of his heart he was inclined to curse Lady Saxon, and yet the manly truthfulness of his nature broke out, and made him say to that embittered heart that he ought rather to curse himself. He looked back with contempt upon himself and upon the moments when he had yielded to his unworthy passion for the woman who had now betrayed him in such ignoble sort. He did not want to see her again. He did not want to write to her or to reproach her. There came back upon his mind, in a curious, grimly humorous way, a recollection of the scene in the once famed, now forgotten Beggar's Opera, where Macheath, betrayed by his false true love, and suddenly confronting her for one moment before his captors have power to seize him, he, strong, well armed and desperate, standing face to face with the traitress, he drops his hands and only looks into her eyes and asks, "Was this well done, Jenny?" And Jenny shrinks away from his mild remonstrance, more abashed than threat or violence would have made her. End of Volume 3, Chapter 8. Volume 3, Chapter 9 of The Rebel Rose by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, Champion's motion. The thundercloud at last had broken. The long expected flash had come. At least it had long been believed that something was coming, and now it had come, and the political world knew what it was like. Sir Victor Champion had announced his intention to go in for the reorganization of the House of Lords, and the two great parties in Parliament were already broken up. So people said, so everybody kept saying in London. The Liberal Party was broken up, for Lord Saxon positively would not go with Champion, and was telling his friends loudly in his clubs and wherever he went that he would not go with Champion. On the other hand, the Conservative Party was broken up, for it had been publicly declared in the House of Commons by Bellarmin that he and his Progressive Democrats would go with Champion. The great question was, which secession would carry along with it the larger number of seceders? So far as mere influence was concerned, the influence of Lord Saxon was by far the greatest which the expected breakup involved. But then, after all, mere family and territorial influence counts for less and less in our days when compared with the direct and practical power of the vote. Men who professed to be impartial shook their heads over the prospects of the government. Yes, they have got Saxon, it was admitted, but how many will Saxon carry with him? Will he take as many, half as many, quarter as many, as Bellarmin's Progressive Tories? Champion is tremendous with the country, such men said. He'll make half a dozen speeches, and then you'll see. Lord Saxon left the House of Commons on the evening when Champion gave his notice in a mood of mind that bordered on the phantom-haunted confines of mania. He had been deeply wounded. He believed himself the victim of the darkest and most wanton treachery. That very day he had come up to town and had gone early to his club, and there again had insisted to several men he knew that Victor Champion had no immediate intention of making any important movement. Then he went home and was met, rather was rushed at, by Lady Saxon, who with flashing eyes and voice of passion assured him that she had found out the whole plot, that Champion had been a traitor to him, that Champion had taken half the world into his confidence and deliberately left Saxon out, that Champion had negotiated with Bellarmin, with the ministry, with Tressel even. Yes, Tressel had been in the whole thing, and that he had purposely kept him, Lord Saxon, deceived and in the dark. Still Saxon refused to believe her story. He sometimes grew almost angry with her, but she pressed her proofs on him. Was I not always urging you to go with Champion, she asked him, until I found out that he was acting treacherously to you? Why should I try to turn you against him now, if I had not good reason? Saxon had to acknowledge that there was reason in what she said. She had been Champion's most ardent eulogist. She had done her very best to persuade Saxon to go with him, up to a certain time. Now she was suddenly turned against him, and she admonished Saxon to beware of treason. Saxon little suspected what the nature of that treason was that fired his wife's heart with the longing to thwart and destroy Sir Victor Champion. He little guessed what the offense was that had brought on Champion all the hatred of a scorned and a maddened woman. He only feared that she had reason too good for her warnings and her prophecies, and yet he shrank from the thought. He could not believe that his old friend had acted unfairly with him. It was only when he sat by Champion and heard him give his notice that he first learned what seemed to him the full truth. Let us do Saxon justice. He was not actuated merely by the emotions of disappointed friendship and wounded self-love. Such emotions influenced him deeply, but they were not all. He was cruelly hurt indeed, for he had a secret conviction that one reason why Champion kept his counsels from him was because Champion did not think it necessary to trouble himself by taking any such counsel. I have just to tell Saxon what he has got to do, and he'll do it. That no doubt was the spirit in which he had been dealt with. Lady Saxon had said as much to him again and again, and was she not right? But Saxon also was honestly of opinion that Champion in his motion was going much too far and too fast. It was a mine sprung upon him and upon the country, and Saxon thought that every man who loved order and peace was bound to resist and resent such a policy. The deeper his former admiration and reverence for his old leader, the keener was his disappointment and the more glowing his anger. Whole fountains of wrath, perturbed and smoky geysers of passion, seemed to be bubbling and boiling up in Lord Saxon's breast. Even Josephine, much as she was gratified for the moment by the sight of his anger against Sir Victor, felt alarm now and then as she saw how his nature, usually so stolid and settled, could be shaken and torn by passion. So the whole outlook was full of alarm and of menace. Is the country to be convulsed for the sake of one man's mad ambition? Some people asked. Will the country fail to recognize its leader and its savior? Was the demand of others. Madame, said Lord Stonehenge to Mary Beaton, as they sat alone together one day, I am distressed by the change in you. I don't think this London life agrees with you, for, indeed, you look very ill. They had been talking about business matters, the probable restoration of the Stuart property, and certain legal lights which an eminent counsel interested in Mary's romantic position had been throwing upon the case, the present political situation, and Champion's implied promise, of which Lord Stonehenge had been informed, to advocate Mary's claims. Mary was playing with her chatelaine and putting in a word or two in a listless, preoccupied manner. She had thrown herself back wearily in a large armchair, and it was when a side gleam of light played upon her face and seemed to throw up the sharpened outline of her cheek, and to bring into greater evidence the depression and violet circles beneath her eyes, that Lord Stonehenge had broken off and abruptly remarked upon her altered appearance. I am not ill, she answered. I am only tired of the whole thing. She lifted her arms with a sigh and clasped them behind her head, while she looked at him mournfully. I should like to give it all up, she said. The Stuart claims, the London life, everything. Do you think it would be possible for me to give it all up, Lord Stonehenge, and go back to Schwalbenstadt again? You don't really mean that, madame. Indeed I do. My life here is a failure. Come, now, do not say that, he exclaimed. If you knew what joy you had brought. It is true. And I hate all this wire pulling, this personal interest, nothing for the righteousness of the cause, all because I am young and not ill looking, and my lord here and my lord there are good enough to throw their handkerchiefs to me. I will not have it. I cannot have it. I thought once that I should like the part. Can it be, Lord Stonehenge, that I am too honest for the people I have to do with here, or is that only my self-conceit? She laughed a little dreary laugh. Lord Stonehenge was silent a moment or two. No, madame, it would not be possible for you to go back to Schwalbenstadt, and even if it were, you would be doing a great injustice to yourself, to your cause, and to those who have devoted themselves to it. What good does it do me? She cried impulsively. And what is the forfeited inheritance after all? It is not the real Stuart inheritance or the real Stuart claim. All that is in the shadowy past and the shadowy future, though now they try to bring it down to the vulgar practical present. I loved it when it meant a dream world of my own, which could not be invaded by the common crowd. But now it seems to me, Lord Stonehenge, that only one remains in my world with the poetry of the past in him, and that is yourself. Falcon is so strange, so grim, so unlike himself. Everyone is changed, and people I trusted don't seem quite worth trusting, and I'm lonely. That is the truth, and sick at heart. Is there nothing I can do, Lord Stonehenge said earnestly, to make you feel less lonely? It is for you to speak or to forbid me silently, but it is more than I can bear to hear you say such things, to see you looking ill and sad, when I would give my life gladly to save you from trouble. That is very little, he added with a melancholy smile, for life is not so valuable a thing at best. I would give more than my life to make you happy. The tears came to Mary's eyes. She bent forward and gently touched his hand with hers. I believe you, she said simply. Yes, I do think you care for me better than anyone in the world. Ah, madame, he replied in a trembling voice, since I ask for nothing in return, I may indeed tell you that I love you with my whole heart and soul. I wanted you to understand that long ago. Mary gazed at him for a moment in a solemn way. "Why did you want me to understand that?" she said. "Did you think, Lord Stonehenge, that perhaps some day I might marry you? Did you wish that?" A slight flush came over Lord Stonehenge's sensitive face. "I have loved you, madame, with no hope of winning you for my own, for I have seen too clearly that I am not the man whom you could love. My love for you is of the old time and of the lost cause, I think. I did not put anything else in the balance with it. But, oh, I do wish that you could love me." By some strange and sudden thrill of association, his words and tone awakened in Mary's heart the echo of Bellarmin's passionate cry, "Am I sure that I love you?" Her breast was pierced by a vivid bolt of remembrance that was like the stab of a dagger. She seemed to see Bellarmin again before her, his eyes all alight and his face white with fervor. She did not speak, but stooped forward and covered her face with her hands. Lord Stonehenge watched her in mingled dread and hope. Presently she let her hands fall and said in a curious, strained voice, "Lord Stonehenge, I was going to say to you that I will marry you if you wish it, if you think I can give you enough. There is no one in the world I honor and admire as I do you, no one in the world with whom I should feel so safe, no one who loves me so well. It must make a girl happy to be so loved by a man like you," Mary added impetuously, looking at him with pathetic questioning. But she would not let him answer. "No, I have something to tell you first, something which you will think it strange for me to tell, for a girl who is proud of herself. I did think, only a little while ago, that I cared for someone. I almost told him so. Yes, I did tell him so. And then I learned quite suddenly that just 6 weeks before he had been in love with another woman, a married woman. And that kind of love wasn't good enough for me, Lord Stonehenge. I was too proud to be content with that. So I sent him away." Mary spoke hurriedly and with eyes that were bent down as she nervously fingered Queen Mary's pomander on her chatelaine. Stonehenge did not reply to the confession which it had cost her much to make. He was so long before making any sign or movement that Mary looked up at him and was smitten to the heart at seeing the deep dejection, the despair on his face. It was something more than mere personal regret. "Oh," she exclaimed in compunction, "I always bring trouble on the people who care for me. I know what you feel. This is not what ought to be for the last of the Stuarts. It should have been different from this. But all that would not have mattered if he had been worthy. I should have been proud and glad. That is enough, Lord Stonehenge. We won't speak of it any more. It is over. Will you help me to forget?" "I will do my best, madame," he answered in a mechanical manner. "But—" She stopped short, and the crimson rose again in her cheek. "I want you to understand." "I do understand, only too well," he said, with melancholy gravity, though there was the ring of strong emotion in his voice. "I do understand the feeling that makes you turn to me, and I am deeply touched and honored and grateful, madame. But I couldn't take advantage of the kindly, tender impulse. I couldn't commit you on the moment to something that you might be sorry for by and by, when the mood is past. I love you too well for that." "Then I am to lose you too?" she said mournfully. "Soon I shall have no one left." "Oh, no." He took her hand, which was lying close to him on the arm of her chair, suddenly in his own, and pressed it to his lips. "I am here beside you always," he said, "your devoted servant, your faithful friend, your lover, your very lover, if it would not pain you to think of me so, but not your accepted husband, not with any the faintest claim upon you. Unless, after 6 months had gone and you had the time to think and to know yourself, you were to come to me and say that you wished it still, and that I had really helped you to forget, then, oh then, Mary." There was a short pause. She let him keep her hand in his. Her mind and heart were full of conflicting thoughts and feelings. "You are very loyal," she said at length. "There is nobody like you. It's best in this way, and we won't speak of it now any more. Forget what I said to you, for the present at least. By and by, when the time comes, we will talk of it again, if everything remains the same." She withdrew her hand and sighed that dreary little sound which made his heart ache, but he said nothing. Presently Mary went on in a composed tone. Since I can't go back to Schwalbenstadt, and I dare say I should be sorry if I went when this mood is past, as you say, since I can't do that, I should like to go somewhere out of London for a little while, to get away from people and politics and everything, and to be alone with myself in some pretty country where there were green glades and forest trees. I should like to go just with General Falcon and Struthers. Indeed, if I could be without poor old grim ill-tempered Falcon and kind stupid Lady Struthers, I should be better pleased still, but I suppose I couldn't, and I think it would do Falcon good to be out of the turmoil and excitement of this debate. I am uneasy about poor old Falcon, Lord Stonehenge. I am sure he is not well. He is too anxious about all this." "That is natural enough," said Stonehenge quietly. "We are all anxious. This debate on Sir Victor's motion will probably determine the fate of the ministry. His speech had a tremendous effect on the House of Commons, everyone says. If there is an appeal to the country, it is almost a certainty that Champion will come in, and then, madame, it is almost equally certain that your claims will be settled. But I agree with you. It does Falcon no good to be hanging about the House of Commons and racking his brain over possibilities and probabilities. Now, here is a suggestion. Why shouldn't you go down and take possession of Stonehenge Park? It is lonely enough to please you, for there is no one there, not even Dr. Amblaine, and big enough to lose Falcon and Lady Struthers in if you wanted to. You would not have even me to trouble you, for I must stop in London for the present." "Thank you," said Mary simply. "Yes, I should like that. I should like to be at Stonehenge again. It must be very lovely now, but the roses are almost over, and the lilies too. There are plenty of other flowers, and there is your pine wood, which you were so fond of. So it is decided, madame, and you have only to name your own day." "I should like to go soon," said Mary. "Very soon, if I can get General Falcon to consent. I don't want to hear any of this debate. I didn't go even to hear Sir Victor's speech. They have got seats in the ladies' gallery for me for the closing day, but I could not, I don't want to be there." "It will be a historical day," said Stonehenge. "Champion will reply." "I think I want Sir Victor to carry his motion," said Mary. "I am sure that he is sincere and enthusiastic in his love for his country, and I could not believe that he is only seeking power. You remember the talk that day at Stonehenge between him and Monsignor Valmy, the true reformer, who seems to be destroying, is, in reality, building up a better system of things. I hope it is so with Sir Victor in this. But, Lord Stonehenge," she added impulsively, "I feel that there is something behind, unworthy of a great man and a great question. I believe that there has been treachery, and that Lord Saxon has not been dealt with fairly. I believe that Lady Saxon is a false woman, and that she has turned her husband against his old colleague." "That is Mr. Trussell's idea," said Stonehenge, "and he rejoices, for it was always his game that Sir Victor should throw over the Whigs." It was to draw Mary out of her mood of dejection and away from morbid thought that Lord Stonehenge encouraged her to talk of the political situation. He had noticed that she seemed to dislike mentioning Lady Saxon's name, or talking of politics at all, and he hailed this voluntary allusion to them as a healthier sign. He himself was not deeply concerned in the great question, though in a sense it touched upon his own prerogative. He lived too much in the past for that. They wandered back to the Stonehenge scheme, which seemed to have raised Mary's spirits and to bring light to her eyes. "There's nothing to keep us in London," she said, "nothing of importance, except these interviews with Sir Hector Sloane." She named the eminent counsel who, in pure friendliness, was interesting himself in the legal aspects of her claim. "I have to go to the Chambers one day with Falcon to show him some papers I have of my mother's, and to answer a few questions he wants to ask me. That is all." Contrary to Mary's expectation, Falcon took kindly to the plan and showed no unwillingness to leave London at this critical period. He appeared to fall in with his young mistress's fancy for retirement and solitude, and for the diminishing of her personal retinue. He set himself at once to make the necessary arrangements, of which, after a certain preliminary show of deference to Miss Beaton's wishes, he, in all cases, took the entire management. Their departure was fixed 2 days thence, and Falcon went immediately to Seymour Place and held a short consultation with Lady Saxon. The days went by, and the great debate was going on, was drawing to its close. This was the Thursday evening, and the understanding on all sides was that Friday should bring it to an end, and that the division should be taken some time on Saturday morning. Friday, the closing day, was to have a debate fitted to close so spirited a controversy. Lord Saxon was expected to make a tremendous attack on his late leader. Bellarmine had not yet spoken. Perhaps he, too, was reserving himself for the closing day, people said. Sir Victor Champion would have the right of final reply on the whole debate, and he would be sure to make splendid use of it. On the whole, the Friday discussion was likely to be brilliant and memorable. Bellarmine was in his place shortly before the dinner hour on Thursday. The House was well filled even yet, for one of Lord Saxon's followers was making a rattling attack on Champion, and would finish his speech before long. Bellarmine, a low, tuneful, insinuating voice whispered in our young friend's ear, "Champion particularly wishes you to move the adjournment." "All right," Bellarmine answered. "You'll arrange about it?" Of course, yes. Bellarmine's interlocutor was one of the opposition whips, entrusted with the arrangement of the debate on Sir Victor Champion's side. "I'm told," said somebody sitting near Bellarmine, "that Lord Saxon wants to move the adjournment." "Oh, but he can't," the whip sharply replied. "We couldn't have that. He is out of the question. Why, one of your government fellows is to close the debate tonight, and Saxon would only be following on the same side." "Well, he wants to do it, I hear, all the same." "He can't do it, then, all the same. He may make up his mind to that." "He is dreadfully angry with Champion, you know." "He'll have to control his anger, then. Bellarmine, you'll be here at the right time?" "Yes, certainly." The man who moves the adjournment at the close of a night's debate has the right to open the debate next evening. It is always arranged beforehand by the whips that this or that man shall move the adjournment, and is arranged by common agreement between the whips of the parties, and the arrangement is made known to Mr. Speaker. Every night in a great debate the question begins to be asked early, who has got the adjournment? To have got the adjournment is to show that one is a person of some mark in his party. An obscure or insignificant man never thinks of asking for it. If he did ask for it, the whip of his party would be about as much surprised as Tommy Atkins' colonel would be if Tommy were to express to him a wish to be invited to dinner by the Duke of Cambridge. This particular night there was great excitement about the adjournment. The curious condition of things had broken the House for a time into four parties: the Ministerialists, the Liberal Opposition, the Liberal Secessionists, and Bellarmine's Progressive Tories. The number of the parties did not, however, constitute the peculiarity of the situation. The peculiarity was in the curious crossfire which the debate must bring about. Lord Saxon and his followers sat on the Liberal side, still claimed to be Liberals, would not admit that they were anything but Liberals, and yet on this subject they were going to support the Conservative government, and to oppose the men who sat with Champion on their own benches beside them. Then, on the other hand, Bellarmine and his little party, who sat on the government side below the gangway, and were, of course, habitual supporters of the government, were going on this occasion to give their support to Champion, and to join in the attack on the ministerial policy. Things were, indeed, in American phrase, a little mixed. Now, in the ordinary course of affairs, it is understood that in a great debate the Speaker shall call a man from either side of the House in turn. That seems real debate. Attack by this side, defense by that. In ordinary cases, the two sides of the House represent the two sides of the debate, the two sides of the question. But it was not so in this debate, where on either side the men below the gangway were to fire on the men above the gangway, above their own gangway. Bellarmine did not personally like the idea of moving the adjournment. It meant the opening of the debate next day in the crude, discouraging daylight, and with all the steam of the evening's controversy still to be got up. It meant the replying to arguments which were already getting cold and out of date, the arguments of the evening before. There was nothing inspiriting to him in such a performance. It seemed to him too much of a mere performance. His desire always was to get up in the later and glowing hours of a great debate, the Memnon fountain hours that only glow when midnight is drawing near, to get up at such a time and answer some powerful speech in the best way he could on the spur of the moment. But he understood that Sir Victor Champion wished to pay him a compliment, and to recognize his position, and he undertook to move the adjournment. He was all the more determined when it presently got whispered about that Lord Saxon had really set his heart on moving the adjournment. Saxon had got into one of his obstinate moods, it was said. He had taken it into his head that Champion's motive in trying to prevent him from moving the adjournment after a Conservative had spoken was to proclaim to the world that he, Saxon, was no longer a Liberal, but a Tory. What right had Champion to assume that? And if he did not assume it, why should not Liberal follow Conservative, and vice versa, according to the regular order of debate? What was to be done if neither would give way? The Speaker was quite impartial, would call either according as they could agree amongst themselves. There was incessant coming and going between the whips and the leaders and the Speaker. Curiosity in the House became greatly aroused. The question was assuming portentous dimensions. Up to midnight the negotiations were still going forward. Lord Saxon was known to be a man of great strength of will and self-sufficiency when he had made up his mind to anything. Bellarmin was known to be a man who, when once he had made up his mind, could not easily be induced to unmake it. The question was not one of real importance in any sense, but it was very exciting all the same. A little before midnight Bellarmin came in and took his place on the first seat of the third row of benches below the gangway on the Government side. "Oh, it's all settled," people said. "He's got the adjournment, evidently." 5 minutes after, Lord Saxon, in evening dress, his heavy handsome face flushed and sullen, entered and took his place on the bench exactly opposite. All men's calculations were disturbed again. "What is going to happen?" people asked. "Is there going to be a public struggle for the right to move the adjournment?" Could there be? Yes, indeed there could. For if both men rose together and the Speaker called on one the moment that one put into words his motion that this debate be now adjourned, there was nothing to prevent the other man or anyone else from getting up and opposing the motion and starting a debate on the proposal for adjournment. And then, if the resistance to the adjournment were pressed to a division and were successful, the member who had moved the adjournment would have thereby lost his right to speak at that stage of the debate. His formal motion for the adjournment would have acquired, technically, the value of a speech, and his turn would be over for the present. "We'll fight this," Bellarmin said to his merry men, and the merry men were delighted. "Send across to Champion, find out what he thinks," some impartial and colorless person suggested to Bellarmin. "No, no, we had better make this stroke off our own bat," he replied. In another moment there came across the floor from Champion the unsolicited advice, "Don't give way on this." All this got known and the excitement was intense. The ministerialist orator, who was slapping the table in front of the Treasury benches in accompaniment of his own eloquence, was bewildered and dismayed to see that on neither side of the House were members even looking towards him. They were looking away from him. They were looking eagerly below the gangway on either side. He saw that something was going on. He saw that there were hurried consultations taking place between the Speaker and the whips, between the whips and the leaders on both sides, on the bench beside him, under his own very eyes and ears. He became confused. He lost himself in his speech and could not find himself again. He would have to bring his harangue to a close. Then suddenly he became a subject of interest to the House, and members hung upon his words, not for the sake of anything in the words themselves, but that they were evidently the closing words, and the moment he sat down, the struggle would begin, the rare, unwonted, almost scandalous struggle. The hurry and scurry of the whips grew wilder. The heads of all the men on the front benches were bent down in consultation. Several eager friends of Lord Saxon's were behind him, and below him, and at his side, urging, arguing, entreating. Bellarmin sat quiet and resolute. In another second or two the orator must be down. Just as the orator was glancing behind him to see that he did not come plump down upon his hat, the attention of the House wholly deserted him again. For now Lord Saxon rose slowly and deliberately from his place, and with a look of sullen self-control passed down the floor and out of the House. Then everyone knew that the struggle was over, and when Bellarmin 2 seconds after rose and uttered the simple words, "Mr. Speaker, I move that this debate be now adjourned," He was cheered by his friends as enthusiastically as if he had delivered a Demosthenic oration. End of Volume 3, Chapter 9.
Volume 3, Chapter 10 of The Rebel Rose by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, You Are My Prisoner. Mary Beaton and General Falcon were getting into their carriage, which was waiting for them near the Temple Gardens. It was about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and they had been for some time at the chambers of the great counsel, Sir Hector Sloane. There was a slight shade of impatience on Mary's face. She had been kept waiting in Sir Hector's anteroom, and our princess, though she was very sweetly forgiving about trifles, did not like to be kept waiting even by an eminent barrister when she made a visit. True, the whole thing had been an accident, a mistake about the hour, some wrong wording of a telegram, a misunderstanding with Falcon, but it had caused them to miss the train by which they were going that afternoon to Stonehenge Park, and they were to have met Lady Struthers with the servants and luggage at Charing Cross Station. Mary was annoyed by what she supposed to be Falcon's bad management. "I must say, General," she said almost peevishly, as Falcon gave the order "home" to the coachman and followed her into the brougham, "that you, who are usually so exact in your arrangements, for once have not distinguished yourself. It really seems to me that the interview with Sir Hector might have been appointed for an earlier time in the day, not just for the hour before we were to start." "Sir Hector's time is not his own, madame, and the appointment, even though it was with you, had to be made to suit his other business," said Falcon, with a certain grim composure. "But for the mistake in the telegram, which I explained to you, there would have been more than enough time for everything, and you would have been spared a tiresome drive back to Kensington and again to Charing Cross. I am sorry, madame, but accidents of this kind cannot always be avoided, and you admit that my plans, as a rule, fit in well." "Like a Chinese puzzle, General," said Mary, recovering herself. "Well, never mind. I am sorry for poor Lady Struthers, who I suppose is waiting resignedly on the platform." "No, madame. Lady Struthers and the servants are well on their way to Stonehenge by this time. I took the precaution, when I saw that delay was unavoidable, to send a messenger from Sir Hector's chambers to bid her go on without us, and have a carriage sent to meet the next train, which will get us down there between 10 and 11. Mary looked at him surprised. "You did that, Falcon? Why, it would have been better for Lady Struthers to wait for me." "I have to beg your pardon, madame, for not consulting you. The special saloon had been ordered, and the Stonehenge carriages were to meet us. That arrangement seemed to me the least complicated. I thought that I might consider myself a sufficient escort." "Oh, certainly. It is no matter. I am sure you always understand that sort of thing best." And Mary did not argue the question. 8 o'clock was striking when the brougham, returning, stopped in the Charing Cross yard. Falcon piloted Mary through the booking office to the platform. Their train left a little after 8. He put her at once into a compartment which he had secured, and which the guard immediately locked. Mary sank into the angle of the cushions and leaned her head back, taking no notice of the few passengers who walked to and fro on the platform. She seemed heavy and tired and a little confused. By and by, when the train had been a short while in motion, she roused herself by an evident effort, threw back her cloak, took off her gloves, and, pulling down the window, gazed in a bewildered way out upon the fields and hedges through which they were passing. It was still light, but the sky was muggy and clouded, and a sort of drizzling rain had set in, so that the dusk seemed to have fallen earlier than usual. Presently Mary drew back her head and made an impatient gesture, as if she were trying to collect herself. "I feel like a person in a dream," she said with a laugh. "Everything seems out of proportion and hazy and odd. It's the thunder in the air, I suppose. How silently you sit there, General. I wish you wouldn't keep your eyes fixed on me like that. It makes me think— I thought you seemed tired, madame." "I am not tired, at least I oughtn't to be, but I can't understand what makes me so dazed and drowsy. Is it Sir Hector's long table of genealogy, do you suppose, Falcon?" If I had been dining anywhere but in my own house, and so modestly too, I might have imagined that some evil-disposed person had drugged my one glass of claret with the idea of robbing me on my journey." Falcon laughed in an odd, harsh manner. "That might well have been possible if you had trusted yourself to anyone but your faithful Falcon, madame. You are safe with me. Close your eyes and sleep, Mary," he said, his tone taking a sudden tenderness. "My eyes will not grow weary of watching you." The girl shook her head and drew herself upright, but gradually, and in spite of her will, her form relaxed and the drowsy fantasia-like feeling intensified. She was not asleep, but her brain was in that curiously excited condition which is sometimes produced by opium, when everything seems unreal, and the sense of continuity and of the relations of things is lost. But when the imagination seems to be working at express speed, and mental images stand out with startling clearness and succeed each other with a marvelous rapidity. Every now and then the rattle of the carriage or the shriek of the engine would recall Mary for a moment from some wild flight of thought to the consciousness of Falcon sitting opposite her, his eyes fixed upon her with a mesmeric intensity, and then her fancies would wander again, sometimes back into her remote past, and she would see vividly scenes and companions of her childhood that in her normal condition she had completely forgotten. "We must get out here," she heard Falcon's voice say at last, and she jumped up in an uncertain manner, startled into the partial recovery of her faculties by the sensation that the train had stopped, and by the touch of Falcon's cold fingers on her bare hand. Their coldness gave her a shock, and she felt that they were trembling, and vaguely wondered what ailed the old man. He picked up her wraps and small belongings and gave them to a servant muffled up in a waterproof standing at the carriage door. Then he helped her to get out, and, he putting her arm in his, they followed the servant past the ticket receiver, through a gate, and down a cutting into the road. Except for the feeble light of the railway lamps placed at long intervals down the platform, it was gruesomely dark, almost pitch dark, out in the road, for there was no moon, and none of the stars were visible. It was raining heavily now. Falcon hurried Mary into a close barouche that was waiting, and stepped forward to exchange a few words with the coachman. He came back and got in. The footman shut the carriage door, and they were driven rapidly away through the plashing puddles and the beating rain. It was a long drive, as Mary knew, to Stonehenge Park, and somehow it seemed longer than ever this evening. The carriage was shut up and dark, and they drove for some distance without talking. The cloud of bewilderment was gradually lifting itself from Mary's mind. She began to wonder vaguely what had caused it, and if it were possible that she could by accident have taken some narcotic, and if that were so, whether Falcon had done the same thing and was affected by it. Perhaps that might account for his being so silent. She was scarcely able to reason or to think back collectedly, and sat still, rather enjoying the dreary sound of the rain and the rapid motion of the carriage. Once or twice she let the window down a little and tried to see, but all the outlines of the landscape were hidden, and it was impossible for her to make out anything familiar. Falcon made hardly any answer to her fitful efforts at conversation, and at length so long a silence came that she thought he must be asleep. She wondered when they were going to reach the lodge gates, and by she told herself that they must have done so, for the carriage stopped, and there was a drawing of iron bolts and a clanking to again after they passed through. Then there came another and a prolonged stoppage, and Mary uttered a cry of surprise as a sudden shaft of light piercing the darkness from an opening door showed her only high gray walls on both sides of her. "Where are we?" she said. "This is not Stonehenge Park." The muffled manservant threw back the carriage door, and a breath of fresh salt air blew with the raindrops onto Mary's face. Falcon got out and gave her his hand, and all in wonder she stepped from the carriage onto the pavement of a courtyard. She looked round, full of astonishment, half excited by what she supposed to be some mishap or adventure, and far from suspecting any plot to entrap her. She saw the castellated outline of a fortress-like building, with an arch of stonework and massive entrance door partially open in front of her, and a buttressed wall to her right, over which the salt wind came in gusts, while below it she fancied that she could hear the sound of waves roaring. "Have they lost their way and brought us to the wrong place, General Falcon?" she asked imperiously. "This is by the sea. Explain, please, unless you are as much in the dark as I am." "I can explain, madame, but not here in the rain," Falcon answered, and he hurried her to the entrance, where a respectable and well-dressed elderly German woman stood holding a lamp in her hand. The woman made a silent salutation, which Mary courteously returned, and preceded them into a dimly lighted, stone-paved hall that was already familiar to Falcon. "It appears, madame," he said to Mary, "that in the darkness we got into the wrong carriage and have been brought to Lady Saxon's house, Petrel's Rest." "To Petrel's Rest?" echoed Mary. She gave a start and seemed to shrink involuntarily, as though the idea of being Lady Saxon's guest were disagreeable to her. "Is Lady Saxon here?" she asked, turning to the housekeeper. The woman replied in German that her ladyship was not at Petrel's Rest. "How, then, came the carriage to be at the station?" asked Mary quickly. The woman shook her head. Her ladyship came or did not come as it pleased her. She was always uncertain. The carriage had been very often ordered to meet her ladyship, and she had changed her mind at the last moment and not arrived. "You see," put in Falcon hastily, "it is only a blunder. I will go and make inquiries. In the meantime, madame," he added in German, "the housekeeper will perhaps have the goodness to show you to a room where you can wait in comfort." "I can wait here," replied Mary. "Truly, misfortune seems to pursue us today, General, and this is a more serious blunder than the loss of our train." Just then there appeared Lady Saxon's German butler, the attendant of the late Baron Langenwelt, with whom Falcon was acquainted. This person bowed deferentially to Mary, and politely drawing Falcon a little distance aside, talked with him for a few moments in so low a tone that the conversation was lost on Mary. "Well?" she asked when Falcon returned. "It may be a short time before we can get off. It might, indeed, be better for us to remain here for the night. I will find out. There are some rooms here always kept in readiness, and a fire lighted. You must be cold and tired and damp, madame, and I advise you to take this opportunity of rest and refreshment. I will come to you presently." Mary nodded acquiescence and followed the housekeeper, who, her lamp in her hand, led the way up a long and irregular flight of stone stairs. The staircase might have figured in a medieval romance, Mary thought. It was so old and so strange and silent. There was something ominous in the silence, and something oppressive in the solitude and ghostliness of the place. The staircase did not go far, but stopped at a corridor, at the end of which was one massive door. The woman unlocked the door, and Mary found herself in a curious-looking sitting-room, almost semicircular in shape, lined with tapestry, and with a curtained archway in the straight side of the wall, evidently leading to a similar, probably a sleeping apartment. It was as though these two rooms formed one story of a tower projecting from the rest of the building, and Mary conjectured that its foundation must be lapped by the sea, for she fancied that she could hear the beating of the waves. The place had a chilly feeling, notwithstanding that a wood fire burned on the open hearth. It was lighted by candles in tall sconces, and there were some stiff oak chairs and tables and a straight-backed couch, but there were no books or knickknacks or anything that betokened recent occupation. Mary seated herself before the fire and warmed her feet and shook the raindrops from her light traveling cloak. The housekeeper departed, and after a few minutes another and younger German woman entered, first with a tray on which were biscuits and wine, and then with a can of hot water that she carried into the bedroom, drawing aside the curtains, so that Mary now saw it was a room smaller and of the same shape as that she was in, lined also with tapestry, and having tall black furniture and a canopied bed. It had apparently no outlet except through the room in which she was sitting, and by that one door into the corridor. "What an odd romantic place," the girl said half aloud, and she began to wish almost that she might have to pass the night in these fairly comfortable quarters, and be spared the dreary dark drive to Stonehenge Park. She was still sitting by the fire, taking a dreamy pleasure in its warmth and brightness, for though it seemed muggy and close when they left London, the rain or the sea air had brought a feeling of chill, when the heavy door creaked on its hinges, and without preliminary knock or announcement, Falcon walked in. To Mary's astonishment and alarm, he bolted the door behind him, and came towards her with a masterful, determined air and a strange, excited look on his face. "What is the meaning of this, General Falcon?" she exclaimed, rising. Falcon paused at the oak table in the center of the room, and stood a few paces from her, one hand resting upon the table, the other at his hip, as if he were touching the hilt of an imaginary sword. His warrior-like attitude, the lean head with ruffled silvery hair thrown back, and with the scar slanting across the forehead, and the wild gleam of exultation in his eyes, frightened Mary, and deepened the fantastic impression that Falcon and she were playing parts in some drama of the Middle Ages. "Madame," said Falcon, in a deep, solemn tone, "you are for the present, don't be alarmed or shocked, you are my prisoner." Mary started, very naturally. One who in ordinary life is told that he is somebody's prisoner has generally had some reason to know in advance that such an announcement was likely to be made. He knows that he has done, or is doing, or is supposed to have done, or to be doing, something which puts it in the power of someone else to take him into custody. But Mary had as little reason to expect such an announcement from Falcon as to expect that he would tell her he was about to put her to death. Her sensation could not be analyzed. It was mere shock, the sudden suspension, for the moment, of the power to feel anything. "General Falcon," she exclaimed at last, "I will leave this place at once." "You cannot, madame, without my consent." "You are bound to obey me when I command you, and I do command you." "Ah," he answered, with a wild smile, "there are times when the truest and most devoted allegiance shows itself best in brave refusal to obey, refusal to let one's idol sacrifice herself. Were there not brave and faithful counselors of Mary Stuart who strove to save her from the consequences of her own caprices and of her own mistakes? There was one pretended devotee of Mary Stuart who brought destruction on her because he would not restrain his wild passion for her. Is that the wise counselor you speak of, General Falcon? Is it the example of Bothwell that you have in your mind when you try to compel me to bend to your wishes? But you, my dear old friend," her manner suddenly softened to him, because she saw that a shade of pain passed over his face when she spoke of Bothwell, "you are not a Bothwell any more than I am a Mary Stuart of that kind." The pang that went to Falcon's heart was only a pang of wounded conscience. He knew that his purpose had been to play in some sort the part of Bothwell. "Princess," he said, "it is idle our talking in this way. You cannot change my purpose by any words of yours, and if you cannot, who could? I will not allow you to sacrifice yourself. You shall not marry any of these men. Stonehenge is the best of them, but he is not fit for you. You shall not marry him." "Then must I die an old maid, good Falcon?" "Don't smile," he exclaimed fiercely. "This is no matter to smile about." "No, truly," Mary quietly interposed, "though it is ridiculous enough, surely, to excuse a little levity. You are not to die an old maid." "Come, that is gracious." She could not, in all her danger, keep from indulging a little her sense of the absurdity of the whole situation. Falcon's eyes flashed ominously. "No, you are not to die an old maid. There is one man who loves you for yourself, who adores you, who will protect you against the world. I am your lover, Mary, your true and devoted lover. I have brooded over all this for years. It has sometimes well nigh driven me mad. But now, at last, I see my way and yours. I see our way. It is decreed by fate. It is ordained by heaven. You are to be my wife. This is God's will, and that will shall be done." Mary now began to understand that she had to do not with a wild, eccentric lover, but with an actual madman. She felt a chill pass suddenly over her, and her hands trembled. But she came of a brave race, a race in which not even the women yielded much to fear, and she knew that now all depended on her nerves, her judgment, and her courage. "Dear General Falcon," she said gently, and she put one hand on his arm with an appealing touch, while she looked into his wild eyes. "Why do you say such things? You must know that this cannot be. I am very fond of you. Indeed, I love you dearly, in one way, but not in that way. You could not really want a girl of my age to marry you. You are too kind and good and self-sacrificing for that. It was not for that my father left his daughter in your care, was it? Dear old friend, let us say no more of this. I shall do my best to forget all you have said, and it shall make no difference between us. We shall be in the future just the same to each other as we were in the past." "No, no, Mary, that can never be. I have broken the ice. I have crossed my Rubicon. Things can never again be as they were for you and me. I have thought of your father. I have dreamed of him again and again. If I were credulous, I should say I have seen him and spoken with him lately." Mary shuddered and gave a slight groan. "No, I suppose it was a mere imagining, but I have seemed to see him and to hear his words approving my purpose and urging it." "Oh God!" Mary exclaimed, stricken with horror at this terrible suggestion. "I have loved you so long, Mary, ever since you ceased to be a child, but I hardly quite knew it myself until lately, and I thought I should be glad and happy to see you married to some man worthy of you, some man who would love you, whom—" his voice fell to a low, reluctant tone, "some man whom you loved." "But no, no, no!" he exclaimed loudly. "I couldn't! I love you too much, and they are not worthy of you, these men here. Lord Stonehenge, what love has he in him? He couldn't love you as you ought to be loved. And Champion, what does he care for but his ambition and his politics and his career? And Bellarmin, Mary, you couldn't love an idle, harebrained young adventurer like that." There was something unspeakably pitiful and ludicrous in the single-minded, naked self-conceit of the unhappy Falcon. It touched Mary to the very heart. She felt ashamed to be thus made a spectator of his weakness and his self-degradation. "General Falcon," she said with quiet dignity, "we must put a stop to all this. We need not go into the merits of all my various friends. I shall not marry anyone I do not love. You may depend upon that. Love with all my heart. I was near giving myself in marriage to one man whom I did not love, and never could love in that way, and the prospect became so terrible to me as I came nearer to it that it has taught me a lesson long enough for all my life, and that is the reason, General Falcon, why I cannot marry you. And as you are a soldier and a gentleman, I ask you to be contented with it." "Contented with it? And without you? Never, Mary. I am a soldier, and I am a gentleman, and because of that I feel that I am not unworthy of you. Come, madame, let us be reasonable. I have you here in my power, and I will not let you go. You shall be treated with all the respect due to a princess and to the woman whom I adore. But you are a captive princess, Mary, and captive you shall remain until you consent to come out free and be my wife." "Do you know," she asked in growing impatience, "that this is the 19th century, and that we are within a short distance of London, and that there is a railway station close at hand, and that the sea, covered with steamers, is breaking on the shore just under the windows? What is the meaning of your attempt to play off some medieval melodrama here? For heaven's sake, think of yourself, General Falcon." "The 19th century has its passions and its melodramas just as well as any of the farthest centuries," Falcon answered grimly, "and it has no passion stronger and more resolved than mine. The sea covered with steamers! I wonder when a steamer last came within hail of this place. Railways! How are you to get to a railway? How is anyone to get from a railway to you? The few people who are in this house are devoted to me and to my purpose. They will not mind what you say." "Whose plot is this?" Mary demanded. "It has not all been conceived and executed by you. Who has helped you in it?" "No, it is not entirely mine. I have a friend who will sustain me in all I am doing, who has again and again urged me to do it, to save you by doing it. You may as well know it at once, Mary. It will show you that I am not acting without counsel and support. This is Lady Saxon's house. She has put it at my disposal. I brought you here by her advice." "Lady Saxon!" Mary cried out. "That woman my enemy! I knew she hated me, but I never could have believed this. Falcon, it is not possible that Lady Saxon can be your accomplice in such a shameful and such a senseless act." "She is my accomplice, as you choose to call it so. She is my friend. She has given me her house. Her yacht is lying at anchor, ready whenever you like to carry you and me to some brighter land than this hateful England. We have thought of everything. Do you know," he whispered, with a gleam of maniacal cunning in his eyes and a sort of chuckle in his voice, "do you know what we thought of doing if it should prove necessary? We thought of telling the servants that you were mad, were out of your senses, and had to be kept under restraint until proper medical attention could be got for you. Ha, Mary, what do you think of that? Who would mind anything you said then?" "My God!" Mary said aloud. The ghastly suggestion, and the look and the tone of utter madness which illustrated it with fearful light, almost for the moment broke down the poor girl's courage and nerves altogether. "This, then, is your love, General Falcon?" she said, forcing herself to be brave and calm. "This is your love? This is your loyalty? This is your devotion? You would exhibit me to the servants of Lady Saxon, exhibit me as a madwoman, in order that you might be able to keep me in a prison? It is terrible, Mary, terrible." And the unfortunate old man actually shuddered. "There was a time when if anyone had told me that this could ever be— but what use is there in talking or thinking of all that now?" And he shrugged his shoulders impatiently. "Yes, Mary, if it be necessary, I will do all that. My mind is made up. I will face hell itself in this." "I am not afraid of counsels from hell," Mary said. "I put my trust in heaven, and heaven will not fail me. Earth will not fail me either. Do you really believe, General Falcon, that I shall not be missed in London? Do you think my friends will not try to find me? Do you think Lady Struthers will do nothing? She, I know, is not in this ridiculous plot. No, she is a fool. I could have nothing to do with her. Well, do you think she will not take the trouble to find out where I am? Do you think Lord Stonehenge will do nothing? Why, we are within a few miles of Lord Stonehenge's own house." "Lord Stonehenge will never suspect that you are here," Falcon said with a grim smile. "He would never believe that you could be kept a prisoner in Lady Saxon's house. Be content, Mary. We thought of all that." "We thought of all that?" Mary said sadly. "We? You and Lady Saxon? My father's oldest friend, plotting with that base and wicked woman for the destruction of his daughter?" "The rescue and salvation of his daughter, Mary. But it is no use our arguing in this way. My purpose couldn't be changed, though one rose from the dead. If your father's spirit were to appear in this room, here, between us," Mary started at the words, "were to beseech me to change my purpose, I would not do it. I couldn't. But I know, I told you, your father would be on my side." "I am sorry I spoke of my father," Mary said. "It hurts me to hear his name desecrated. I had some hope that an appeal to his memory would still have some power over you, and it has none. Well, we have said enough, I think. I am your prisoner, General Falcon, until some happy chance sets me free." "You shall be free this moment if you will consent to be my wife." Mary shook her head. "Let us not speak of that any more. If I am your prisoner, I am. I suppose I may have the usual privilege of a prisoner. I may be sometimes alone." "Your will and your wishes shall be obeyed in every way, madame. You are mistress and queen here." "In everything but the one thing which I want," Mary said with a quiet smile, her composure returning to her. "I cannot give you your freedom except on the condition I have told you of." "Is it then so very hard a condition, Mary? Do you not know how deeply and passionately I adore you? Do you not believe that I would give up my whole life, all that is left of it? Ah, yes, I know what you are thinking of now. I know that I am very old, but my love for you sends new youth through me. General Falcon, you know how fond I was of you always, how much I loved you, as if you were my father. Always, always, until this. Yes, and even now I would forget and forgive all this if you will only be your dear old self, your kind old self again. Oh, my dear old friend, be my dear old friend once again, and let us forget this horrid dream. No one shall ever know of it so far as I am concerned. Come, there is time enough yet. We are not missed so far. Let us go back to London and to our old life." Too late, Mary. Do you think I am a madman, Mary, that after having gone so far as this, I should stop now and turn back?" There was something startling in the manner of his putting the hypothesis of his madness, in the entire sincerity with which he treated it as an utterly untenable proposition. It sent a new shudder through Mary. To be in the power of a madman who is fully convinced of his own perfect sanity would try the nerves of the bravest. "Well," she said with a weary sigh, for she was now feeling the mere physical weariness of the hopeless altercation, "I don't see any good to come of our going over this any more. I am in your power. I am your prisoner. And you say your mind is made up. Am I to wear chains? Am I to be subjected to torture?" His face flushed. "You are cruel, madame." "Oh, cruelty? I am cruel?" "Yes, you are cruel to talk of chains and torture, to make such jests." "Yes, I am in a jesting mood, truly. Who wouldn't be, Mary, in such conditions as mine? You know that you will be treated like a princess. I have told you that. Tell me what you wish for. Anything but one thing. It shall be done." "Only one wish now, General Falcon, is really present to my mind." "And that is, madame?" "Just to be left alone." Falcon bowed gravely. "Madame will see," he said, "that there is a bell, and that the rooms are replete with every comfort, as the advertisements say," Mary coldly added. "Thanks, General Falcon. I shall not make much complaint about the rooms or the attendants." "You are mocking me," he said. "You always loved to mock me. You know you did." "Did I? Well, I suppose, like most girls, I was sometimes in a merry humor. Never mind, General Falcon. I am not likely for the future to distress anyone by the exuberance of my mirth." She turned away from him. He gazed at her for a moment silently, and then he left the room, and she heard him close the door softly as he went. End of Volume 3, Chapter 10. Volume 3, Chapter 11 of The Rebel Rose by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, To Petrel's Rest. Quick. She was alone at last. Mary Beaton thanked God that she was alone. For many moments back the whole horizon of her hopes was bounded by the longing to be alone. She wanted to be out of sight of Falcon's wild face, out of hearing of his terrible voice. In all her agony of grief and pity for him, there was mingled a feeling of passionate hatred. She could not get this out of her mind.
Mad as he was, she could not bring herself to think of him merely as a madman. She wanted to be alone, to think all this over, to think what she could do. She was not afraid. No, not in the least afraid. She knew that sooner or later someone would find her out and save her. She did not believe that Falcon, however mad, would actually use force to compel her to marry him. It was all a hideous, horrid farce. But still it was only a farce, and it would come to an end. The horror and the pity of it was that Falcon, her devoted old follower and friend, should be the leading actor in such a burlesque. It shocked her, too, and astonished her to think that Lady Saxon could have helped in such a scheme. Lady Saxon, bad and base as Mary believed her to be, was still a woman of the world, a very cool and clear-headed woman of the world. She could not possibly believe in a Bothwell scheme in 19th century London. What, then, could be her motive in taking part in such a scheme, and giving her own house to be used as a prison for the unfortunate woman who was the victim of the conspiracy? In one sense, it was something of a relief to Mary to hear that Lady Saxon was in the plot. It connected that plot, at all events, with the world of sanity. Any designs Lady Saxon had must be designs which, at least, did not belong to the atmosphere of Bedlam. Lady Saxon was not a madwoman, and was not a fiend. The first thing Mary did when she was alone was to examine her prison. She found that she had been perfectly right in her conjecture, and that there was no communication with the outer world except by means of the door into the corridor. She saw, upon closer examination, that the tower was nearly circular, and had 2 windows, one in each room, built out like turret projections, and so high above her head that she could not touch them with her hand. She felt all round the walls, and looked under the tapestry to see if there were any concealed door or opening, but she could find none. Then she tried the door into the corridor. It was locked on the outside. So she was a prisoner, actually locked in. The knowledge sent a slight shudder through her. Here was a harsh reality, which, in spite of her courage, put to flight all her reassuring arguments. The door had neither bolt nor key inside. Must she sit up all night for dread of being intruded upon? No, she would not do that. Falcon was mad, assuredly, but he was a gentleman, and she was not afraid that he would murder her, tonight, at any rate. It was very late, past 1 o'clock by her watch. Mary partially undressed, smiling with a certain melancholy humor to see that all she could need in the shape of toilet apparatus had been placed ready for her use. The fine lace linen and the embroidered dressing gown were, she supposed, Lady Saxon's own. She spent some time at her devotions, and then lay down on the bed and slept soundly. It was broad day when she awoke. She must have slept long and soundly, for she saw that a bath had been prepared for her, and there was comfort in the thought that she was not to be neglected by the women of the household. By and by the young woman who had waited on her the night before brought her in some breakfast. Mary tried to talk to her in English or German or French, but only succeeded in getting from her a few sentences in some tongue she did not understand, but which she imagined to be Danish or Norwegian. The young woman had evidently received her orders, for she carefully locked the door every time she passed in and out, and in any case, where would have been the use of trying to escape by that direction? No one else came near her all day, and she sat thinking of the various devices she had read or heard of by means of which captives in some dungeon had managed to convey a knowledge of their existence and their whereabouts to the outer air. Should she scratch her name on some salver, as the man in the iron mask was supposed to have done, and fling it out of the window on the off chance of its getting to some friendly hand? What would be the use if Falcon's tale were true, and there was no friendly hand to be reached within the limits of Petrel's Rest? Should she flutter a handkerchief out of the window? Could she get hold of a bird somehow and fasten a letter beneath its wings and send it abroad on air? These ideas set her thinking about the possibility of escape through one of the 2 turret windows set in solid frames of bronze, highly picturesque, but decidedly formidable and menacing to one who looked at them with the anxious eye of a prisoner craving for release. Still, they were quite large enough for anyone to get through them, provided only they could be opened. Mary determined to make the experiment at once, before the light began to fail altogether. She put one chair on another, with their backs close to the wall, and even then she had to stand on the topmost rail of the upper chair in order to get to the window. She did get there, however, and was glad to find that the window was so deep, the sill so broad, as to allow of her sitting there comfortably and safely. She felt oddly like a schoolgirl as she scrambled up to her perch. Now, would the window open for her? Oh, yes, it opened quite easily, opened outward. Why, how very mad poor Falcon must be! He had not even taken the precaution to fasten the windows of her prison. To talk of making her his prisoner, and yet leave her in a room with an open window! Come, there was not much trouble in getting out of such captivity. Ah! She drew back with a shudder. She had looked hastily out of the window, and the sight nearly took her breath away. No, Falcon was not so wholly without method in his madness as she at first had fancied. No need to bar that window. Steep and sheer went down this side of the rocky hill on which Petrel's Rest was perched. This was the seaward side. Below her the descent was straight down to the shore, the shingly shore on which the still ebbing tide was beating. She could hear the crash of the waves, and could breathe in the salt savor of the brine. Not a bush or a bramble interrupted the descent. No romantic ladder of ropes was ever made long enough to enable an escaping prisoner to get down from Mary's window to that rough shore. That hope was gone. Yet she remained in her window, finding a sort of delight in the cool, free air and the sound of the sea. She felt a certain satisfaction in the thought that, come what would, so long as she had her seat in that window, she was mistress of her own destiny. No one can force me to marry him. No one, mad or sane, she thought, while I am here and have that depth below me. She began to think herself rather like that Rebecca whose courage and resolve used to delight her childhood. Rebecca on her turret prepared, if need were, to trust her soul to God. Sometimes, too, she was impressed with a sense of the whimsicality of the whole situation, its farcical absurdity. She felt a wild desire to laugh at her strange imprisonment. Then again, she covered her face with her hands for shame at the thought that a man should have trapped her into this place and caged her up there in the hope of forcing her to marry him. To marry, of all men on earth, General Falcon, whom she had always looked on as a sort of father. He was positively older than her own father would be if he were living. She had sat on his knee hundreds of times when she was a child. It seemed only yesterday when she was in the habit of climbing onto his knee. And now he insists on making her his wife. Poor, poor Falcon! He is mad, has literally lost his senses. And she has lost him forever, her dear old friend who had been by her side all through her life. She forgot all her own troubles in sorrow for him. Oh, if only this had not happened! Happen, else what would? Then, as evening fell, she remembered that a whole day had passed. It seemed as if ages had gone since she had driven away from the temple yesterday. She began to think what a day it was, and what would be happening in London. This was the day on which it had been predicted the great debate would close, and Sir Victor's first battle be won or lost. They would be all too much absorbed in their parliamentary warfare to think of her. Even Lord Stonehenge was moved beyond his wont by the political excitement which reigned everywhere. Would Champion have her in his mind? Would Bellarmin have a thought to give to her and their sweet, sad friendship, which had come to so painful an end? Would he hear that she had left London? Would he wonder why she had gone? Was all that to be at an end forever? Was he too proud, or did he care too little to try and prove himself yet worthy to win her? Had she been too hard, or had she expected more than she had a right to expect? Ah, well, there was no use in thinking of all that now. And so, while the darkness grew, she tried to turn her mind away from Bellarmin and she wondered if they were going to bring lights, or if she were to be left alone and unattended and in darkness, like a common prisoner in a cell. She wondered if Falcon would come to her that evening. What would happen if his insanity took some other turn? What if he should try to kill her? How was she to occupy her time, supposing that nothing particular were to happen? She lay on her bed and sank into a sort of sleep, in which she fancied the sound of the sea and the wind heard through the open windows was the cheering of the House of Commons for Bellarmin's speech. Yes, Bellarmin had made his speech. He sat down with the cheers of the House ringing in his ears, but waking no echo in his heart. He knew he had made a great success. A man generally knows in the House of Commons when he has made a real hit, and Bellarmin knew it this time. He had won many cheers even from the Tories, who did not go with his Progressive Party, for they sympathized with his earnest protests against the theory that Toryism means immobility or reaction. He had made some happy citations from the speeches of the great Tory leader, de Carmel, to whose memory all sections of conservatism were doing sincere honor and homage. And he had shown how, from the first of that great career to the last, de Carmel had held to the one faith that Toryism was a principle consistent with every impulse of real national progress. There was, therefore, a certain eagerness among the Tories who were against Champion's motion to let Bellarmin understand that they sympathized with him in his ideas as to the real principles and purposes of Toryism. Their cheers seemed to say, "Yes, we admit all that. These are our principles as well as yours. Only we can't support this particular motion." "Well done, Bellarmin," a stout old Tory whispered in our friend's ear as he resumed his seat. "You have advanced the lines of Toryism, and though I can't go into the lobby with you this time, I feel obliged to you all the same." Bellarmin ought to have felt satisfied with himself. He had advanced his own position as well as the lines of Toryism, but there was a gnawing pain at his heart. He felt it all the time he was making his speech, felt it with each new and successful effort to hold the attention and carry the sympathy of the House, felt it as in each strain of some severe physical exercise one feels the grief of an old wound. Bellarmin's wound was the ever-present sense of the loss of the one hope dearest to him in life, the hope of Mary Beaton. Strangely enough, the very pain was a new stimulus to him. He tried to drown the sense of pain in the sense of effort. He tried to throw his whole soul into the struggle of the moment, into his speech and nothing else, tried to forget his lost Lenore. He never succeeded, even for a moment, but the effort told upon the speech and gave it new fire and passion. When he sat down, he was for a minute or two hardly conscious of anything. He hardly saw or heard. He had only a dim, vague sense of relief in the knowledge that the effort was over, that the thing was done. He sat silent in the very stunnedness of reaction and depression. Friend after friend, and even political opponent after opponent, came up, according to the generous way of the House of Commons, to congratulate him on his success and to shake him cordially by the hand. Bellarmin, when he began to get control of his senses again, felt as if he did not care much about the success or the praise. 6 months ago, such a success on such an occasion would have set the blood in all his veins dancing with the very joy of triumph. Now he did not seem to care. Nothing would do him any good now. Success would not bring him back Mary Beaton's love. He had lost all that. And what was more, he felt that he deserved to lose it, that his sentence was rightful and just. He bowed to it contritely, despairingly. He had not a word to say in his own defense, even in his own heart. In a moment of absurd passion, of sensuousness, of what he knew at the very moment to be an unreal and factitious emotion, he had forfeited all right to the love of a pure girl like Mary Beaton, and he did not complain that the forfeit had to be paid. Only it made political success a matter of indifference to him just now. He found a grim satisfaction in the knowledge that the cheers of the House of Commons did not drown the internal wail of his wounded love. Somebody got up on the Treasury bench to reply, and began with a gracious compliment to the eloquent speech of the honorable member who had just sat down. Bellarmin was not listening. He sat with his hat tilted over his eyes. Presently Tressel, who had gone out of the house for a few minutes immediately on Bellarmin's sitting down, returned and came across the floor and squatted on the matting of the gangway just at Bellarmin's feet. "Splendid speech, Bellarmin. Just the thing. We'll carry the division, and you'll be in the cabinet. But I say, here's a letter for you. I was in the outer lobby just now, and someone asked me to hand it to you, which accordingly I hand." Then he crossed the floor again. Bellarmin looked at the letter, and an angry flush darkened his face. It was from Lady Saxon. His first inclination was to destroy the letter unread. Some idle expression of penitence, he thought, some impulsive regret for that which was deliberately done. What use to read such words? I couldn't forgive her. Still, his sense of what was due to a woman, to any woman, especially to a woman who had once held such a fascination over him, recalled him to a kinder and gentler mood. He went into one of the division lobbies and found out a lonely place, and sat down and opened the letter. The first glance he gave at it sent a shock through him. "I am not altogether so bad, but that I should like to give your princess a chance of being saved, and you a chance of saving her. She is at Petrel's Rest. Falcon has beguiled her into going there, and he means to keep her there a prisoner until she consents to marry him. Yes, it was I who put this Bothwell scheme into his head, and I put Petrel's Rest at his disposal. But I only meant to make your princess ridiculous, and I didn't know then, as I know it now, that Falcon is a madman, mad with his love for her. Get to her as soon as you can, and as quietly as you can. I presume I may leave all that to you. Hate me as much as you choose. You owe me some thanks for this." Petrel's Rest? Mary Beaton a prisoner in Petrel's Rest, and with General Falcon, a madman, for her jailer? We live in prosaic days, and the first thing Bellarmin did was to look at his watch, and the next was to clutch a railway guide. A train to leave Charing Cross at 7:20, to arrive at the station nearest to Petrel's Rest at 9:05. It now wanted but 10 minutes to 7. Yes, that would do. He would catch that train. What to do when he got there he did not know, did not think about. But he found he had his senses all about him, and his mind was becoming very clear, his nerves quite firm. He felt his pulse. It beat strongly and steadily now. He was good for any task. Was he to go alone? No, surely. Who ought to go with him? Lord Stonehenge at once came into his mind. Yes, Lord Stonehenge was the great man of all the region round Petrel's Rest. He was Mary's most devoted friend. Bellarmin did not know that a closer bond than mere friendship now held Mary Beaton and Lord Stonehenge together. He darted across the lobby and saw to his joy that the lights of the House of Lords were still burning. Thank heaven that the peers had had more than their usual half-hour's sitting. He hurried into the little pen below the bar of the Lords, which is reserved for members of the Commons and for strangers, and he sent in a message for Lord Stonehenge. In a moment he saw Lord Stonehenge coming out to him. A thrill of positive joy went through him. It was such a relief to find Lord Stonehenge there. Man's horizon of feeling expands and contracts in marvelous ways. It made Bellarmin almost happy for the moment, because he had got at Lord Stonehenge with so little delay. He drew Lord Stonehenge into the lobby. "Read that," was all he said. Lord Stonehenge read, looked up at him wonderingly, read again, colored slightly. "Who writes this?" he asked in amazement. "Do you know?" "I do know. Lady Saxon." End of Volume 3, Chapter 11. Volume 3, Chapter 12 of The Rebel Rose by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, A Catastrophe. Through all the hours of the last day's debate, Lady Saxon suffered tortures. Everyone said that Champion would carry his motion by a large majority, that the Conservatives would appeal to the country, that they would be defeated at the general election, and that Champion would become Prime Minister and bring Bellarmin into his cabinet. All this triumph was to be won not only without her, but in spite of her. She had dreamed of doing great things for Champion, for Bellarmin too, and now she had done her best against them, and she had failed utterly, and they were to triumph. A wild, last, despairing idea took hold of her. The vulgar nature of the mountebank reasserted itself in her. If she could do nothing else, she would spoil their division. She would surprise and scandalize the town. Neither Champion nor Bellarmin should appear in the division lobby. That at least would be something done to feed her revenge. Full of this freak of half-insane spite, she sent her letter to Bellarmin, and her messenger soon brought her certain news that Bellarmin and Lord Stonehenge had left Westminster Palace at once together. Later on she sent to Champion a letter, begging him to come and see her at once, if only for 5 minutes. She had something to tell him on which all her hopes depended. She would be lost utterly if he did not come and give her counsel that night, that very night. She worded her letter so that Champion should be led to believe there was a threatened scandal and quarrel with Lord Saxon, that she knew would bring him, even on the eve of his triumph. At 11:30 Sir Victor Champion came. He had got out of the house by the ladies' gallery entrance. He had said nothing to the Liberal whips on leaving. It would not be worth while. He could be back before 12, in time to hear Lord Saxon's speech and to reply on the whole subject. Lord Saxon was not expected to get up much before 12 o'clock. Champion was distressed and angry at having to leave the house, even for a few minutes just then, but he did not venture to neglect Lady Saxon's appeal. He observed with a little surprise that the door was opened for him not by a manservant, but by Lady Saxon's Japanese maid. He was shown into the outer room, and then through heavy curtains into the dimly lighted inner room, and in a moment or two Lady Saxon made her appearance. She hurried towards him. He stood coldly back, and there was a complaining, even reproachful look on his face. Suddenly she broke down. The strain was too great for her. She burst into tears. All her pride and hate had vanished at sight of him, and only the old passion of love was filling her. Champion came near and tried to soothe her, and besought her in a gentle tone to tell him of her trouble. ' Don't speak to me,' she sobbed, ' just yet, just for a little. I shall soon be better.' What could he do but wait until her passion of tears was over? And then time was running on, and Lord Saxon would soon begin his speech. She jumped up from the sofa on which she had been lying. ' There, I am better now,' she said, taking her handkerchief from her eyes. ' Now ask me anything you like.' ' Why have you sent for me on such a night as this ?'' Because I felt that I must see you, that I must speak to you, that you must talk over things with me, that we must see each other this very night.' ' Have you thought,' he asked her, ' what this night is ? Have you thought what its consequences may be to me ?'' Oh yes, I know. The night of your great division, to be sure. The night that you expect is to bring you back to power. I have thought of it. That is the way with all of you men. Your own ambition is what you love the most. It is not the way of women. I could love you if you failed. I feel more like hating you now that you stand on the verge of success. What do I care for your division? You want to rush away to the House of Commons, I suppose, to record your vote, as the newspapers put it in their stilted jargon. Well, why don't you go?' ' I must go, Josephine. As you know, it is getting late already, and where would be the use of my staying here any longer? You have nothing to tell me.' ' Then go,' she said, rising to her feet and pointing to the door with a melodramatic air. ' Go and record your vote, and win your victory, and gratify your ambition. But take this little scrap of news with you. The moment you leave this room, I shall kill myself.' She struck her breast with her open palm as she gave out these words. Champion stopped, amazed, incredulous, horrified.
"I shall kill myself," she repeated. "That moment, the moment you leave this room. Look here." She drew something from her bosom. "I have been used to drugs and decoctions, Victor, in my early days, as you know, and one never knows when one may not get sick of life. So I have always carried this dainty little companion with me. You see, it is only like the tiniest of sugar plums. But Locusta never had a poison so quick and subtle as this. The moment you leave this room, I shall swallow it, and before you have reached the street, I shall be dead." "Josephine, what folly, what madness, what wickedness it is to talk like that! Give me that vile thing. I will have it. I must have it. Give it to me, do, I beg of you." She laughed at his appeal. "Go to your division," she said scornfully. "Why should you care about me? Why should you want me to live? What if after all you should be late for the division? What a pretty talk that would make!" "Oh, give me that thing!" he cried passionately, and he made a movement as if he would snatch it from her. She closed her right hand on it. Champion caught both her hands in his and held them tightly. But although he could hold her hands, he could not get the poison from her. She was a strong woman, and it took all his masculine power merely to hold her hands. "Don't we look pretty and statuesque?" she said, with another wild laugh. "What a situation for a dramatic author! What a melodrama in high life! Let go my hands, Victor, and go to your division. You need not turn back if you should hear me fall. Indeed, I don't think I shall allow myself to fall. I shall arrange myself in a becoming order and attitude on that sofa, and when Saxon comes in from the house, he will find me dead. He will be rather shocked, don't you think? I wonder, will he really be very sorry in the end? I have been a bad lot, and he would be sure to find it out soon or late." Champion did not at that moment doubt the sincerity of her declaration. Later on, he often had the conviction that after all she was but acting a part, but just then he felt sure that if he left her she would kill herself. He tried to reason with her, but she only laughed at his reasoning. He implored her, but she made mockery of him. "How amusing!" she said. "The great orator thinks he can talk over a desperate woman as he talks over his people in the House of Commons. It can't be done, Sir Victor Champion. You see, you are helpless. All the servants are in bed except Saxon's coachman and groom, who will not come home until Saxon comes. We are absolutely alone, you and I, left to our own devices. Even if you were to make a rush for the bell, I should have swallowed my little sugar plum before you could reach it. And what would be the good of making a row then?" "Do you want to set me mad?" Champion asked of her, in the tone of one truly perplexed in the extreme. "Mad? Set you mad? Oh no, I couldn't do that. Not I or any other woman, not even Miss Beaton herself, whom you adore. You're far too cool-headed a man to be set mad. You have set me mad, but that's a different thing. Still, you have set me mad, and you must put up with some of the unpleasant consequences." "Let us sit down," he said, "and talk this quietly over, as quietly as we can." He drew her towards the sofa and induced her to sit there. He sat beside her, still holding her hands in his. It was an odd picture, and would have curiously puzzled anyone who suddenly came within sight of it. "Victor," she said, "I am conquered, completely conquered. I went into this in cold blood. I was determined to captivate you once more, and to avenge myself in one way or another for the manner in which you had cast me off, dropped me down at all events. But I lost myself almost before I knew it. Yes, I lost myself in love for you. I hate the stupid life I have to lead. I am sick of Saxon's companionship. I only want to be with you. I am as much in love as if I were not out of my teens." "Josephine, what use is it to tell me all this? I can do nothing. I can't marry you."
No, not now, not this moment, or this week, or this month. But if I give up everything for you, if we go away together, then there must be a divorce, and then, Victor, you could marry me, and you would you not? Anyhow, I would trust you and take my chance. All this is simply impossible. For heaven's sake, dear Josephine, do try to be reasonable. How could I allow Saxon's wife to go away with me? Saxon, who is my friend? You must have known long before this that your dear friend's wife was again in love with you, and you didn't discourage her, you didn't rebuke her. No, because I looked on you as a woman of the world, who would not involve herself or her husband or anyone else in a public scandal and shame. Ho, ho, she cried, tossing her head impatiently. The horrible coldness and calculation of all that! That is not the way in which a woman loves. Look, I have forgiven you everything, forgiven you your old neglect, forgiven you your love-making to your Mary Stuart. I would forgive you even your coldness and your calculation. Oh, can you not love me? Can you not sacrifice something for me? See, I am ready to sacrifice all for you. My position in the world, my husband's rank, my future, even my soul. I suppose, if what good people tell us is true, I sacrifice all this for you. Do you care for nothing but your career and your ambition and yourself? It is not a question of personal ambition, Josephine. It is a question of the duty one owes to a great cause, to a party, to a people, to England. Think what dishonor I should bring upon that party and that cause. Think what a pain it would be to that people if now, at my time of life, in my position of acknowledged leadership, I were to take you at your word, to take you from your husband. Josephine, you talk very lightly of loving me. I tell you this is not love. A woman who really loved a man would do anything rather than bring disgrace on him. Oh, cold, cold and heartless as ever. Well, then, let me die. You cannot want me to live. I do not want to live without you. Life is all shriveled up into this one desire, this longing for your love. See how I stoop and abase myself before you. Oh, but I have still. In the eagerness of their talk, he had let one of her hands pass from his, and she now made a sudden gesture as if she were about to bear it to her lips. He caught it again, in alarm and horror, and held it fast. She smiled a wild smile. "Some time or other," she said, "you will have to let my hands go, Victor, and then you will see. Do you know that you will have lost your division after all? Do you know that the moment the division is over my husband will come home, and that he will come at once to me, wondering why I have not gone down to the house to learn the great news? What do you think he will say when he sees you and me in this picturesque attitude, you holding my hands firmly clasped in yours?" "Oh, for God's sake," Champion remonstrated, "don't talk in that way. Don't put such horrible thoughts into words." "Words, words, yes. You always think of the words, Victor, no matter what the thoughts or the deeds, provided only that the words are well chosen and sound right. Well, I wish he would come. I wish he would draw that curtain just at this moment and look in on us and see you and me, and hear me tell of my love for you and my willingness to go away with you." For a moment Champion felt an almost uncontrollable impulse to throw her hands from him, but the mere relaxation of his grasp set her renewing once more her attempt to get free, and, as he now fully believed, to put her poison to its use. He held her more firmly than before. Where and how was this to end? He felt a completeness of despair. "Yes," she repeated, I wish he would come this moment and hear me tell how I love you. Draw aside that curtain and see us now." The curtains, which divided the one room from the other, were suddenly drawn aside, but neither Champion nor Lady Saxon heard any sound or looked towards the parted screen. Lord Saxon stood there for a moment and stared at them. He seemed like one paralyzed. His face was purple and distorted, his eyes blazed. He made an effort to speak, but only an inarticulate voice came from his lips. The sound, however, was enough to startle Lady Saxon and Champion. Lady Saxon sprang to her feet with a cry, and she tore her hands from Champion's grasp, and her poisoned vial rattled on the hearth. Champion leaped up and made a movement towards Lord Saxon, as if to put himself between Saxon and the unfortunate woman. "Saxon, Saxon," he exclaimed, "don't make any mistake. Let me tell you everything can be explained." He had no need to say any more. Explanation was not needed, never could be given, never could be understood. Saxon remained standing for a moment in that same appalling attitude of speechless passion, his dumbness more terrible than any words of hate or menace. For the moment, while Saxon stood thus, Champion felt as if his heart were sickening and ceasing to beat from horror. Lady Saxon had shrunk back to the wall at the farther end of the room, and stood there with her back pressed against it, like some creature who stands on her last defense, and she covered her eyes with her hands. One moment the three were thus standing, and then Saxon made apparently a new effort to speak, and again tried in vain, and then a kind of sob burst from his lips, and he fell forward on the floor. Champion knelt beside him and raised his head. "Quick, Josephine, help me," he said in a low voice. "Oh, he has fainted," she murmured, still afraid to leave her place of refuge. "He has fainted before. Leave him to me. You, Victor, get away. Save yourself. I will explain all. Go, go. I am not afraid, but I want you to go. I don't want you to be here when he comes to." "Josephine," Champion said in a deep, sad voice, "he will not come to. Heaven has punished us. He is dead." She gave a wild cry and ran across the room and flung herself on the carpet and took in her hands the head of the dead man. For he was dead. The long threatened had come. The shock which Saxon had been so earnestly admonished to avoid had forced itself upon him, and its terrible consequence came. He had seen his wife with her hands clasped in the hands of his friend. He had heard some of her words, and had given them their too natural interpretation, and the discovery had been more than he could bear. He fell dead in the belief that his friend and his wife had betrayed him. He died of that belief. Extinction threatens the direct line of the great Whig family, and Josephine Saxon will never be Duchess of Athelstane. End of Volume 3, Chapter 12. Volume 3, Chapter 13 of The Rebel Rose by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, The Last. Mary was roused from her dreamings by the sound of the opening door. With the swiftness of desperation, she sprang upon her scaffolding of chairs and secured her place in the window, just as Falcon entered the room. He looked up, amazed. "Why are you seated there, madame?" he asked. "Come down. I wish to speak to you." "I prefer to be here, General Falcon." "Do you not see the height, the danger?" Don't dare to lean out, Mary." "I feel a pleasant sense of safety here, General Falcon. I am not a bit afraid, for I know that while I am here with this open window, I can set myself free whenever I please." "Oh," he groaned, "to think that it should come to this between you and me." "Yes, to think that it should come to this between you and me. Will you let me go, General Falcon? Give me your word that you will let me go, and I will believe you and come down and trust to your keeping your word for all that has come and gone." "Come down first. Come down first and trust me," he begged. Mary saw the advantage she had gained by her resolute composure. A new and sudden thought came on her. She dropped lightly down from her window.
"You see," she said, "I am not afraid of you. Why should I be afraid? I shall leave this place tonight, General Falcon. Yes, I know that. I shall leave it, with your consent or in spite of you. If we are ever to be friends again, I must leave it with your consent. But I shall leave it all the same." "You cannot, Mary. I tell you it is impossible. I am master here, absolute master." She turned on him with an intrepid look. "God is master, absolute master here," she said, "as he is everywhere, and he will send help to me." Just at that moment steps were heard, and Lady Saxon's German servant was seen to open the door, and Bellarmin and Lord Stonehenge rushed into the room. Mary lost herself in a moment. The answer to her appeal was too sudden for her to bear. The sight of Bellarmin come to her rescue then and there was overwhelming, and she flung herself into his arms and clasped him with all her might. What did she care if Lord Stonehenge saw her, if Falcon saw her, if all the world saw her? What did she care for the devices of Lady Saxon? She was saved, and saved by him, and she loved him, and she knew it. "Where did you come from?" Falcon exclaimed fiercely to the German servant. "My lady sent me down here," was the quiet answer, "to let these gentlemen in." Falcon gave a cry of pain. "General Falcon," Lord Stonehenge said sternly, "you will have to come up to London at once with me, not with Miss Beaton. Miss Beaton goes to Stonehenge Park." Falcon remained silent for a moment. Bellarmin and Mary were absorbed in each other. Lord Stonehenge turned to the German servant to give some directions. Suddenly Falcon sprang to the top of Mary's little scaffolding of chairs and scrambled into the window, and then gave utterance to a wild yell of insane triumph. All the men rushed at him at once, but they were too late. He had thrust himself feet first through the window, and he shot himself into space. One last shriek rang in their horrified ears, and then all was silence outside, except for the sigh of the wind and the moan of the waves that might have served as the dirge of the man whose corpse was already swallowed by the sea. There was much news to go over London next day. The great division had been taken, and Sir Victor had won. The government would appeal to the country and would be defeated, and Sir Victor would come into power and bring Bellarmin with him. But even this was overshadowed by the sad story of Lord Saxon's sudden death. That was why Champion did not take part in the division. Lord Saxon had not spoken, as it was fully expected that he was going to do. He left the house and went home feeling ill, no doubt, and Lady Saxon sent for Champion. And Champion came too late to see Lord Saxon alive. Bellarmin, people said, was not in the division because he had been sent for by Miss Beaton, whose old friend General Falcon had been taken with madness at Stonehenge Park and had committed suicide. Such a sad thing for that charming young woman. And of course she telegraphed for Mr. Bellarmin, because everyone knows now that she is engaged to him. And with Champion for Prime Minister and Bellarmin in the Cabinet, there was great likelihood indeed that her family claims would be allowed to her. And then, of course, sensible people added, when she marries an English statesman, she will settle down to be an English lady, and we shall hear no more of the Stuart princess. But those who know her better than the sensible people could possibly do, will know that the romance, which is the tradition and inheritance of her race, will not fade out of her life, or turn to the prosaic in it, and that by whatsoever name Mary Beaton is called, she will still be the Stuart princess, and will still display with love and pride the whiteness of the rebel rose. End of Volume 3, Chapter 13. End of The Rebel Rose, by Justin McCarthy and Rosa Campbell Praed. Recording by Deanna Beauvais.